South Jersey's diamond destination.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to...
I'm Janice Dean.
I'm Jason Chaffetz.
I'm Harris Faulkner. And this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, March 14th, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony. It was 2 years ago today. Benjamin Hall was nearly killed in an attack while reporting on the war in Ukraine.
One of the important parts of my recovery has been the message that journalism can never be silenced. You can attack us, you can try and stop us, but we won't stop. The words won't stop.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Does the UK's new gender care policy for minors signal a growing shift in how we medically treat trans children? And will U.S. medical agencies reconsider their policies?
I think we're underutilizing therapy in this and overutilizing political ideology.
And I'm Tammy Bruce. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The U.S. has found a way to give Ukraine more military aid to fend off Russia's invasion. How? President Biden says...
using cost savings from previously approved Pentagon contracts. The package includes munitions and rounds to help Ukraine hold the line against Russia's brutal attacks.
Which sounds good, but it's a band-aid on a deeper wound. We need to fix this deeper wound.
That's former heavyweight boxing champion Vladimir Klitschko, who's in Washington and tells Fox...
we are struggling with lack of ammunition. We're struggling with lack of support, even though we're getting some, but how much is enough?
Klitschko is lobbying Congress for a lot more help in that battle against Russia, urging lawmakers to approve $60 billion worth of more military aid that's stalled in the House. Today marks 2 years since Fox News suffered casualties of war. While Benjamin Hall was reporting from Ukraine, a Russian attack hit the vehicle he was in, badly injuring him and killing photojournalist Pierre Shakshevsky and producer Sasha Kushnova.
Every year, on the day itself, March 14th, brings back a whole lot of different emotions.
Benjamin Hall is back at work, a Fox News senior correspondent now, and a paperback version of his #1 best-selling book is out this week, Saved, a war reporter's mission to make it home.
First of all, I remember Pierre and Sasha, who died that day. That is at the top of the list, a cameraman, a producer out there, very close to me.
You were all in the same vehicle.
All in the same vehicle. And that's got to be the #1 priority about that day, is remembering those who can't come back. The other side is, I suppose, an immense sense of pride. We've come through it so well, that I've come through it so well, and to be sitting here opposite you is a remarkable thing. And I put that down to community, to the people who helped me get through it, to having goals.
I'm honored to be sitting across from you. You've gone through so much to get back to here, to where where you are. That day, I want you to talk a little bit about that moment and how quickly, after you've been attacked, you're badly wounded, you thought, I'm going to be sitting here doing this again.
Very, very quickly. In fact, even while I was lying there, I took pictures of my leg that had been blown off, and I was there for about 40 minutes, and I was kind of in and out of consciousness, but it's what we do. We're journalists, and I think it's a safe place for me to go. Just report, look around, figure out what's going on. And so I was already, in a sense, covering and reporting what was happening at the time. And then within a couple days, when I was finally evacuated, again, I was writing things down, I was taking voice notes. It is, in a sense, quite peaceful for me to do that. I enjoy doing it. It keeps my mind focused, and that was important to do. So I knew from the beginning that I was going to come back to journalism, that I wanted to tell not only with a story about what happened to me, but go back to telling stories around the world and the news. And I also think I was back in Ukraine in November, and one of the important parts of my recovery has been the message that journalism can never be silenced. You can attack us, you can try and stop us, but we won't stop. The words won't stop. I always wanted to do it. There were times I didn't think I could.
I imagine,
the recovery was very hard.
How many surgeries have you had?
Around 35 now, and I've got a couple more coming up soon as well. So they don't stop.
Goodness.
But, you filter it in around operations. If I have a time I can work, I work. And then if I have to take a bit of time off, I take time off. But that's just the schedule of my life at the moment, and that's fine.
Tell us about Pierre and Sasha. I mean, we lost them. And you say that you don't want to forget them. Tell us about what they were like.
Pierre loved journalism more than anything. He loved people, he loved traveling, he loved showing people what was going on around the world. And we worked together since 2015, and we'd covered countless conflicts together. We'd slept in the trenches together, we'd been in caves together, we fought alongside troops against everyone from ISIS to the Taliban. And everywhere we went, Pierre taught me things. He taught me how to really speak to people, how to get the true stories out of people. And when I started at Fox, he was the cameraman that I went out with first.
Okay.
He taught me. He really helped me develop as a journalist. And I know that he would want us to continue reporting. He wouldn't want us being sad and wallowing. He would want us out. He would want us to keep doing this. So he's someone who brought life to everyone. Wherever you went, he would go up to the first checkpoint and he would be talking to soldiers and they would be laughing in a minute. And
sounds like a very brave guy.
He would open doors. He was like MacGyver. He'd hook up his satellites with, not exaggerating, he'd find a wire or a piece of a car and he'd hook it together and he'd get us live from anywhere.
Amazing. And Sasha, she was Ukrainian.
Sasha was Ukrainian. She was our local producer, and she was our fixer at the time, and she made a lot of things happen. And she was doing it because she wanted to help her country however she could. She wanted the world to know what was happening, and she managed to take us to incredible places and help Fox really tell the news. So it was tragic what happened that day. And we just have to think about them, and hopefully everything we do, we can do in their names and make sure their memories are never forgotten.
So now, as the war continues, and you said you'd been back to Ukraine. I know you sat down with President Zelensky. He's in a tough spot right now. American military aid remains stalled. Now, the U.S. is sending $300 million more in weapons and ammo that they found through cost savings, I guess, at the Pentagon and all. But President Biden says that's only a few more weeks. Russia has now a spring and summer. Is there a lot of worry that they're going to make big gains from here forward?
Big worry. In Ukraine, big worry. They are having to ration the artillery shells they have. And when they are being attacked along some of those front lines, sometimes they can't really hold Russia back in some places because they do not have the weapons they need. You are seeing a struggle sometimes for the Ukrainians to get enough soldiers as well, so they're struggling on that front as well. Across the board, Ukraine is struggling to hold on to the lines it has, and Russia knows it. And they are pushing now in a way they haven't before. They understand that Western support is dripping away from the U.S.
They counted on this, didn't they?
They counted on it 100%, yes. So right now, it's a difficult time for Ukraine, and everyone's looking ahead to November to see what happens in the elections here.
His forces have been removed. They had to leave some of the areas in the east in this war. The counteroffensive that Ukraine attempted, has that been a complete failure?
Yes, it has. They just didn't quite anticipate the level to which the Russians had built their defenses, the amount of mines they laid, 3 different levels along the way. And eventually the US did give cluster bombs. You know, they didn't want to, but they did to clear the minefields, but that came quite late. So no, they were not able to move at all, and it was a real hope. And I think that might be where the Western support, US support, started to shift.
There's talk of sitting down at the table. Russian President Putin referenced that. The other day, Pope Francis controversially said that maybe it's time for Ukraine to show the courage to end the war. But if that happens, Ukraine has to acknowledge the losses and give up its territory.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, Russia invaded in 2014 and they came to the Minsk agreement whereby there was a ceasefire of sorts. But all Russia does is it rebuilds its armies and then it attacks again. So I understand the Ukrainian position saying, yeah, even if we did negotiate, we know full well that Russia will just rebuild its army and then they will attack us one more time. So what is the benefit of negotiating now? At the same time, there's very little likelihood that Russia will be pushed out at all. So it's a very difficult scenario. Even domestically inside Ukraine, there are growing calls for negotiation to happen. But Zelensky 100% single-handedly says we will not do that.
What about NATO? It's expanded now with Sweden and Finland. There have been these talks. Russia claims that there have been some NATO countries that have actually put some of their soldiers in. The French leader suggested that maybe some NATO allies will have to put troops in. Is that ever going to happen?
You know, President Macron has been quite interesting in France. He's really become more bellicose, aggressive character, and I think it's partly for a European perspective. I don't think there's any
Is he serious?
No, I don't think there's any chance that's actually going to happen, to be honest. NATO is an interesting one at the moment. Putin just said he was moving more troops to the Finnish border. He's been flying more planes over Sweden, bombers over Sweden recently. So there's a tension there, and I suppose it all lays into the long-term question. Is Putin's idea just to capture more of Ukraine, or does he have ideas to move into Europe and NATO and attack some of these other states? And that's the big unknown. But many people are saying we should prepare in case he does. We can't just talk about it. We should prepare for the moment he may do that.
He's threatened again that he's ready to fight a nuclear war if it comes to that. Is that just something he knows when he waves that it frightens people?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
you think he's serious?
I think he's serious. Not with, and you've got to split the two kinds of nuclear weapons. It's not like a Hiroshima-style bomb. You can use a tactical nuclear weapon, which is
smaller, right?
A smaller one, which, you know, is devastating, but, you know, comes close to some of the large normal, bombs that are used. And so I could see a place where, if he was really on the back foot, if things weren't going well, perhaps he could use a smaller tactical nuclear. It's a clear sign without actually going into the large-scale nukes. Now, a lot would have to happen for him to do that. But I do think that Putin is like a rat in a corner, and if you really corner him at some point, you don't know. So I don't think it should be dismissed.
I want to bring up your book again, Saved, a War Reporter's Mission to Make It Home. It's in paperback now. For someone who reads it, what will they learn? What's your message to people who read the book?
Well, more than anything, it's about, you know, you can get knocked down, be knocked down, but you can find a way to stand up. And the way to do that is through community, being close to people. You know, so many people came to help me. They evacuated me. Military medicine pieced me together, and I just felt like such a large part of a community that sometimes I worry we are forgetting. It must be the backbone of our society is coming together to get through difficult things, that, you know, we can get through anything. Set yourself goals, and that's how you do it. And I talk about how I got through the hardest parts, the really painful parts, the difficult moments.
And it's led to your podcast, Searching for Heroes with Benjamin Hall. What's the next episode?
This week I'm speaking to Jen Griffin, who organized my evacuation from Ukraine. She got together.
Yeah, that's right, she did.
Incredible group of people.
That was not easy to do.
No, save our
U.S.
allies.
military is not even there.
Exactly. And so these guys came in, veterans, among them a Medal of Honor winner, Bronze Stars winners. These a lot of guys who were formerly in the U.S. military, Green Berets, intelligence, who were out there saving people. They were saving Americans. And so I speak to Jen Griffin in this episode. She talks not only about that, but also about her own career covering conflicts and the military and community and how you get through difficult times yourself. And all my guests in the podcast have gone through something really difficult, and they've all come out the other side. They've all found different ways to do so. So it's a reminder to people, the podcast, that you can go through difficult things, but you can always get through them. And that heroes... some of the people I speak to, they don't come from, they're not famous, you don't know them. It reminds you that heroes are everywhere. They really are. They're in every community you go to.
Well, I think some people would consider you a hero for what you've been able to accomplish and the message that you continue to say. And we are really delighted, and I'm honored to be here with you, Benjamin, Fox News senior correspondent here in New York, but normally based out of London. The Searching for Heroes podcast you can catch, of course, here on our Fox News podcast network. Benjamin, great to talk to you.
Hey, what a pleasure, Dave. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. For March only, come in and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A 4th suspect has been named in the Northeast Philly bus stop shooting that injured 8 school kids. A bill that could lead to a TikTok ban in the U.S. passed through the House last night, and now it heads to the Senate. More than 31,000 people in the Gaza Strip have been killed by Israeli forces. At least 72,000 are injured.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Next. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Join us this weekend for Straight Talk with men and veterans in mental health, part of the I'm Listening Talk Away the Dark limited series with Odyssey and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We'll discuss how vital it is for men and members of the military to open up in a safe and respectful way. For the full show and more stories like this, download the I'm Listening Talk Away the Dark podcast on the Odyssey app or visit imlistening.org.
And listen this Sunday morning at 6 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, There are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids.
You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow was up nearly 38, the Nasdaq down 88, and the S&P 500 lost 10. The Dow has finished up 3 days in a row and in 5 of the last 6 sessions. Later today, we get reports on the Producer Price Index for February, as well as monthly retail sales figures, plus the weekly unemployment numbers. Dick's Sporting Goods and Ulta Beauty report earnings today. Dollar Tree is closing 1,000 stores, that after issuing a poor earnings report. And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen spoke with Fox Business's Edward Lawrence Wednesday and talked inflation.
Well, look, inflation is down almost 2/3 from the high it reached in 2022. And the trend is clearly a favorable one.
The year-to-year inflation rate stands at 3.2%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Britain's national health system now says new policy, no puberty blockers for children. This after a review by a doctor in 2022 found gaps in the evidence around the drugs. Dr. Hilary Cass said at the time they should reconsider how they treat gender dysphoria in minors. Now, NHS says teens with gender dysphoria will be referred to psychologists and social workers over the course of several months.
This is huge because we're seeing as all these European countries that pioneered this, they're reversing course and stopping these treatments in children. Of course, right now the U.S. is far behind, but they are going to follow.
Chloe Cole of Missouri underwent a transition from female to male, including having a mastectomy at 15 years old. She has since detransitioned. She told Fox's America Reports,
I'm still experiencing ill effects from to this day. And the blockers ultimately were the gateway drug to the rest of my treatment.
As the policy shift occurs, NHS notes just 100 young people are receiving puberty blockers from them in the UK. However, the Gender Identity Service there saw an increase in referrals from about 250 a year to over 5,000 between 2021 and 2022. In the United States in 2022, the UCLA Williams Institute noted 1.6 million Americans now identify as transgender, 300,000 of whom are between 13 and 17 years of age. Today, 23 states have policies restricting transgender-related care for minors. During debate in Missouri about a ban on puberty blockers and hormones earlier this year, 17-year-old Andrew Rodriguez-Damsgaard told state lawmakers,
"Please channel your energy and your power and your concern into different, more pressing matters other than what I do with my body to make me happy."
As more young people have declared they are trans, major medical bodies have expressed support for gender-affirming care, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, and the American Medical Association. In 2022, the same year the NHS was advised to reconsider its policy, the national healthcare body in Sweden determined the risks of puberty-inhibiting treatment for those under 18 outweigh the possible benefits.
I think this fits on top of what's already been happening in Western Europe and in the UK. I think the UK has been taking a very careful look at this.
Dr. Mark Siegel is a Fox News contributor and professor at NYU's Langone Medical Center.
And what's tragic here is that with all of the information that came out even prior to the pandemic, about the impact of long-term impact of puberty blockers, I think it's been purely political in the United States. 22 states have banned it, but the rest of the country hasn't. And I think that what they're doing in the UK is taking a much more careful look at things. If you think about the National Health Service, which I'm not entirely a great fan of, because they ration care, but they don't want to ration care to something that's going to cause more problems than it solves. And that's the problem with puberty blockers. Is there something called gender dysphoria? Yes, definitely. Is that overly politicized? Yes. Do people outgrow it? Yes. Do you want to give somebody a puberty blocker which blocks the production of testosterone or estrogen right at the time when it usually explodes and then puts you down a pathway where you later regret having made those choices? No, you don't want to do that. And, you know, puberty blockers also cause headaches. They cause confusion. They can cause depression and anxiety. They're bad for your bones, and they can cause fertility problems later on, especially when they're put together with testosterone or estrogen. I think those are things that you could consider when you're an adult. But what's the scenario where a child or a teen makes that decision in conjunction with who? An overbearing parent or no parent at all but the state? It's a very problematic situation for a young person. And did they get proper mental health support before? That's the huge elephant in the room.
It looks like the American Academy of Pediatrics voted again last August to confirm their 2018 support for gender-affirming care for minors, which means puberty blockers and hormones. But they said at the same time they are reviewing medical research on treatments. What should they be considering, and what are they considering, do you think? And maybe are they signaling that they're open to a shift?
I certainly hope so. They're basing their earlier decisions on the idea that a couple of studies have shown that gender reassignment treatments, and that's kind of a term for many things, right? That also includes surgery, mastectomies, which are not easily reversible. I mean, castration, these are very problematic things. And that's put together with puberty blockers. And I think they're looking at a few studies that show maybe long-term or moderate term, not long-term, moderate term, that there's an improvement in anxiety or depression. But we have just as many studies showing the opposite, you know, that these treatments cause an increase in anxiety and depression. Lupron, which is the main puberty blocker we use, is a treatment for prostate cancer. It causes a lot of discomfort in people that take it. But if you have prostate cancer, you may have no choice. Here you have a choice, and the choice is to wait. And I don't think that they're basing it on convincing evidence. I think the UK is much more on the side of what the prevailing evidence is, which is there's a lot of side effects of these drugs. You know, that may disturb the transition of a teen period as they grow older. And then we don't know all the long-term problems with taking them. We don't know all of them, but I think bone loss and bone density is enough, and fertility concerns.
Yeah, it is a part of this that interest in transgender affirming care by minors has skyrocketed as of late. And so there is somewhat limited amount of information about the effects of transition care on a growing body.
Well, but you bring up a point that from a physician I look at a little differently. Why does the number of people requesting this go from 250 to 5,000 in the UK? Why? Is it biologic? How could it be biologic? I mean, it can't be biologic. It's got to be sociologic. So what's the society doing to promote these choices of people not accepting the gender assignment that God gave them, essentially? Again, I don't want people to be uncomfortable. I don't want people to be severely depressed or suicidal. I believe gender dysphoria exists, but I think it's been overlaid with a tremendous amount of political posturing, which is extremely dangerous and detrimental.
Let's stop for a second and remind people, England's national health system says what they're banning for kids, and you've already referenced this, is something that it stops puberty. And in the policy, they write, puberty blockers will not be available to children with gender dysphoria. There is not enough evidence of safety and clinical effectiveness. If there isn't enough evidence now, then what's been going on this whole time? Is that essentially an admission that we dove into something without evidence and evidence of safety and clinical effectiveness?
Well, that's what happens a lot, isn't it? That decisions are made without the proper evidence to back them up. And I think politics plays too large a role in terms of medical decisions. I think there's a preponderance of evidence to the contrary that was there, that was overlooked, that these drugs have side effects. I just said we've been using them for prostate cancer. It's not some new kid on the block that we don't know about. These drugs have been around a long time, and we know they have serious side effects. And we're giving them to people that are in very impressionable years. And I mean, I'm hugely for certain treatments for children and teens, like vaccines, for example. But this is a totally different thing. Adolescents are in formative stages. They're changing their minds about things all the time. I think to push them down or to allow them to go down an irretrievable course where an intervention is put in place that has serious side effects is a mistake. Now, in the UK, they're not actually banning it. They're saying they're not going to condone it or allow it or authorize it or enable it. That's a statement, I believe, that's consistent with medicine and public health. Of course, parents or children can go and get it somewhere else.
Yeah, privately. Right?
Privately.
Yeah.
But that's. I think we're getting a statement with the government here being in line with what the science shows.
And just to clarify, this policy says from the age of 16, teenagers who've been on hormone blockers for at least 12 months may be given cross-sex hormones, known as gender-affirming hormones. It sounds like they're saying the clock will start at 16 in the UK, at least from NHS's standpoint.
Right, that's exactly what what you just said, Jessica. But I think that the issue here is, what about a 12 or a 13-year-old? I mean, if you're asking me if I think a 15 or a 16-year-old, that's more. That's not really the way I would practice. But that's at least moving the ball to an older age. I mean, we're talking about 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds in the United States getting mastectomies. Completely ridiculous, in my opinion. That should not be allowed.
Okay. Briefly, back to your earlier point about mental health. Proponents of gender-affirming care for minors consistently point to studies that they say show higher depression rates, higher rates of suicidal thoughts for those who are transgender. But once they start the puberty blockers or the hormones, those rates of depression and suicidal thoughts decrease significantly if these studies are correct. If they are correct, what is the policy answer then, when you look at those numbers?
Well, I know about those studies, and I think they're legitimate. But the question is why? Why is depression decreasing? Because of the political overlay, because of a placebo effect, because you feel now that your behavior is self-justifying. I also told you that the puberty blockers themselves have been shown to increase anxiety and depression on their own, just medical side effects of the drugs. So this is something that physicians take into account when they do something called a risk-benefit analysis. But a risk-benefit analysis for an adult is different than one for a child or for a teen. And so I'm concerned about the prematurity here of this. They haven't done a study that would be, what if I wait till 18? That'd be an interesting study, right? What would be the rate of, you don't want anyone committing suicide under any circumstances, believe me. But if you have a teen that's depressed at at 13, does that mean you have to put them down this path, or do you try to get them to 18 and then make a decision? And
how do you get them to 18? You get them before a therapist? You get them before somebody who can talk this out with them?
Absolutely. I think we're underutilizing therapy in this and overutilizing political ideology.
Am I missing anything in this debate? Is there anything you want to add about this? Have you talked to people as a doctor? I mean, you see patients. Have you talked to people about this in your office?
This is a deeply troubling topic. I think it should be handled medically and not politically. One more thing I didn't emphasize is, how about the study that answers this question? Does the use of puberty blockers lead to premature surgeries and the gender reassignment surgeries? The answer is they're connected. That's also disturbing. I think that our societies, and we saw this in the pandemic, are standing on the podium a little bit too much. I think when you look to Western Europe and the UK now, I think our societies might be advised to say, we're taking that seriously. Maybe we need to take a step back here. Maybe we're advising something and we're not in the room with the patient and the doctor and the parent, if there is a parent. Maybe we're being a little too intrusive. I don't like medicine by policy. I don't like medicine by guidelines. I like medicine to be something decentralized between a physician, a parent, and a child, and everything gets taken into account.
Dr. Mark Siegel, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Fellow Americans, Jason Hansen here. As a former CIA officer, I know the warning signs of financial threats better than most. You've likely seen warning headlines about market instability, soaring debt, election violence, and monetary manipulation, all putting your retirement at risk. That's why I strongly recommend diversifying into physical gold with Advantage Gold, a 5-star rated U.S. gold company. I've been a satisfied client for years and trust them completely. Their customer service is unmatched, and they educate on why gold helps safeguard against dollar devaluation. Advantage Gold makes it easy to use your existing retirement account to purchase gold and take advantage of little-known tax benefits. Call 800-741-GOLD now and tell them that Jason Hansen sent you. They'll send you a free 2024 gold investing kit with my exclusive economic briefing for 2024. Don't wait. Call 800-741-GOLD.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Federal judge will hear arguments today on whether to dismiss the classified documents case against former President Donald Trump and whether he could declassify those documents and keep them after he left office. More than a dozen injured following an explosion at an FBI training facility in Southern California.
During the training, an explosion occurred indoors, which caused injury to 16 members of our SWAT team.
Orange County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Frank Gonzalez, the House approving a bill that could ban the Chinese-owned social media app TikTok from the U.S. or force a sale. Fox's Aisha Hosni.
As the House defends its action, which gives the platform 6 months to cut its China ties, the bill's path in the Senate remains unclear. Senate Intel Chair Mark Warner and Vice Chair Marco Rubio now endorse the legislation.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The new NFL league year kicked off at 4 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday with the official start of the free agency signing period. The big news of the day, Calvin Ridley is reportedly heading to Nashville to play for the Titans. Ridley is signing a 4-year, $92 million contract with $50 million guaranteed, according to ESPN. Ridley spent last season with the Jacksonville Jaguars, where he went over 1,000 yards receiving for the second time in his career. And the Raiders are moving on from veteran quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo and wide receiver Hunter Renfrow. Garoppolo's time in Las Vegas was short-lived after signing a 3-year free agent deal last March. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Here is what we have learned about both LSU and South Carolina, and something we love to do on this show is state obvious truths that others are unwilling to state when it's obvious. We've got the Detroit Pistons bad boys and John Thompson's Hoya paranoia all wrapped up into one with these two teams. They are villains. The way they play the game and this fight yesterday, which, like it or not, doesn't matter what year it is, when a bunch of people turn on the TV and see a bunch of women brawling in a sporting event, their first inclination is to say that's not very ladylike to see that in a basketball game, and I don't like it. That's reality in 2024. It's reality in 1954. It's reality in 1984. They're villains. I think both are okay with that role and wearing the black hat as the villain in any confrontation, and it's good for women's basketball. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Gerhardt's Luxury for Less sale is going on now, and there's never been a better time to elevate your kitchen with Monogram appliances. Introducing the new, reimagined, reinvented, and award-winning Monogram range. Discover the redefined world of luxury, one detail at a time, at Gerhardt's Monogram Experience showrooms. And for a limited time, you can receive up to 3 free Monogram appliances during Gerhardt's Luxury for Less Red Tag sales event.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from a Causland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute, sponsored by Total Wine. The global financial sector is under cyber attack. According to security software company BlackBerry, financial firms were confronted with 1 million attacks logged between last September to December. Government, healthcare, and communications industries also faced critical infrastructure attacks. BlackBerry says overall the growth of malware fueled nearly 4 attacks per minute. Delta Airlines has once again delayed the resumption of flights to Tel Aviv. It had been planning to restart flights from New York's JFK on May 1st and now plans to resume starting June 7th, with nearly 2,000 weekly seats following an extensive security risk assessment. Delta follows United Airlines, which restarted flights from Newark, New Jersey to Tel Aviv earlier this month. Ahead of a look at retail sales, wholesale inflation, and weekly jobless claims, and after a mixed Wall Street effort yesterday, stock futures are higher. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check your calendars and make plans to be a part of the atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park this season.
It's a party at Citizens Bank Park!
Phillies single-game tickets are on sale now. Visit Phillies.com to secure your seats to Phil's home games today. Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
It's that crazy time of year. Snow, rain, wind. The weather and damage to your roof may be a crapshoot, but when it comes to choosing the home improvement professionals, don't leave it to chance. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect solution. Roofing done right the first time. They are roofing experts with over 40 years of experience and backed by, get this, over 7,000 Google reviews. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation. And price lock guarantee.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, March 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news, Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Almquist, Anthony Terenzo, our associate producers. Another loaded, action-packed Thursday show. Do we have a lot of good stories and topics to delve into today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Pi Day.
Pi Day?
314.
The old numerical version of pi. I haven't heard that since like 11th grade.
I know, right?
What is pi? 3.14. Greg Stocker, since we're doing math, what's the square root of 81?
I have no idea. 9?
Yes, boom.
There you go.
Look at that.
Look at that. It's 6:01 and my brain is functioning.
Oh, man.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
We're doing well. Did you guys enjoy that beautiful weather yesterday? Felt like
Yes.
like the middle of May.
We need more of this. And I fear, I know it's going to be nice today,
Yeah.
but then it's going to rain on Friday, right?
No, the weekend's coming. It rains every weekend, it feels like.
Not the weekend, just tomorrow, Friday.
All right.
Tomorrow.
I'll take that.
It's not a washout.
Okay, good.
All right. We have so many things to delve into today. Reaction in the big take from what happened on Capitol Hill yesterday with TikTok. Who voted to ban it? Who voted against banning it? We will get to that. A very good day for Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. Fani Willis's future in regards to this specific case could very well be determined by Judge Scott McAfee at some point today or tomorrow. We will get to that. Also, all sorts of kind of petty battles being waged. We have Elon Musk and Don Lemon. All sorts of drama. We'll tell you about that.
Two frauds. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?
You know, I actually jotted that down on the show sheet because I figured that you were just going to ridicule both of them.
Of course. Of course. One is a publicity whore, and the other believes in free speech except when they criticize him. So it's two egomaniac D-bags. Thank you.
I disagree.
I'm going to
Yeah,
put that
of course
in.
you do. Let's stick up for Elon Musk.
Let's.
Okay.
I'm going to defend Don Lemon.
You're going to
What?
defend Don. Wow.
Nobody.
No, not really.
Nobody.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. I don't know.
Come on.
We'll see. I'm just going to feel it out as we go along.
He criticized me. I don't like when people ask me tough questions. Shut up.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me.
Yeah,
you will watch me.
He's a big dummy too. He's just looking for publicity.
Wow. Elon Musk taking shots from Greg Stocker bright and early. Elon, would you like to have a rebuttal, sir?
Go.
Yeah. When you're the billionaire owner.
Oh, you are just so in love with
I know.
billionaire dummies.
Don loves the money.
Oh,
not a
God.
dummy.
If I could marry a billionaire, I would too.
First of all, Elon Musk is a horrendous interviewer. Like, nobody should want to interview him because he gives you nothing. He's boring. He's just not a good interview.
Don Lemon's he's just a
You just don't like Don
jerk.
Lemon.
He's a jerk.
Yes, he is. Of course he is.
He's a
Then
big,
Elon
mean
Musk should
jerk.
not have. Then Elon Musk should not have decided to put him on his platform. Then the end.
He didn't know.
All
Now
right.
he knows.
Okay.
Everybody back
Should've
to the
listened to me.
corner. We'll come out. We'll start swinging at 6:45. Also, speaking of petty battles, Ron DeSantis tries to dunk on the libs of TikTok after the libs of TikTok tried to crush DeSantis.
Oh, God.
I don't understand this battle, but we'll get to that. And also,
this week in grifter history.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And speaking of grifters, CNN has a source that says Aaron Rodgers had some theories about Sandy Hook. You know, CNN or those in the camp of Biden are concerned about RFK if they're citing a private conversation from 13 years ago with Aaron Rodgers, all because he has been loosely linked to RFK's shortlist of Veep candidates. That'll never materialize anyway. It's all of that this morning. It's going to be super juicy. Well, let's get to the news right out of the gate. 6:05, round number one. The biggest supporter I've ever met of Don Lemon.
Not.
Dawn Stenson.
Good morning. Happy Pi Day this March 14th. You're going to love this forecast. We are nearly 50 degrees, which is normally the high for this time of year, heading up to 78 degrees today. Full forecast coming right up. But we want to get to the news, and U.S. Marshals fully identifying that fourth suspect that they're searching for still in that shooting at a school bus stop in Philadelphia, which is also a SEPTA bus here because there's students here. They don't get a yellow school bus in the city of Philadelphia. They take public transit. 8 teens were wounded in that one. So now they're identifying 17-year-old Asir Boone, most wanted teen in Philadelphia, wanted for attempted murder. According to authorities, he should be considered armed and dangerous. That announcement. So just taking you back a moment, gunfire ringing out, 3 p.m., March 6th. Several Northeast High School students, many of them, I should say, a crowd waiting for that bus right at Cotman and Rising Sun Avenues in Burholm, Northeast Philadelphia. In all, 8 students were struck. One of the victims, that 16-year-old boy that we talk a lot about, shot 9 times. The apparent target, as we say, has been in critical condition. This morning, he is listed in stable condition. So that's a bit of an improvement. All the other kids, the other students, 15, 16, mostly 15 and 16-year-olds, they've been in stable condition the entire time. So thankfully, it looks like the most of those students will survive, perhaps all of them. Thank God these doctors, performing a miracle from all accounts that we're hearing. That 16-year-old boy shot 9 times in his torso. And it didn't look good in the first couple of days, but they finally stabilized his conditions. So they've already arrested 3 suspects. We've been talking a lot about this week and searching for that 4th in connection with the incident. They also believe that shooting, as I've been reporting to you, I've been hearing that you look at what happened with 11 kids in all shot last week, but look at what happened Monday, 2 days before, when Damon Taylor, who was another 17-year-old Imhotep Charter High School student, he was shot and killed amid a spray of bullets, again, on a SEPTA bus stop in the city's Ogon section. 2 other students, as well as 2 passengers in the spray of that gunfire, were also injured. And by all accounts, this 17-year-old Damon Taylor was a good student and perhaps was It's one of those horrifying cliches, wrong place, wrong time. But again, he was at a SEPTA bus stop, and it involves school. So those two situations are believed to be connected. That's what we're hearing. And the other piece of this is that last night there was a standing room only rally at Imhotep High School. They were calling it Peace Not Guns. All these students, the school, everybody in the community gathering. And it was really a town hall they held last night in the wake of these different school shootings, or I should say SEPTA bus stop shootings involving Philadelphia high school students. So a lot of students coming out simply saying, we have to do something.
Yeah.
And we don't feel safe walking to school, getting to school on SEPTA. And to me, just looking at that community meeting last night, I felt that was a good beginning for these kids and the community members to come together in a positive way.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a different spin on this. I'm tired of all of these little young teenage punks where all they want to do, and I'm not saying you don't have a right to protest or a right to rally. It's, one of your protected rights in this country. But you know what? And it's become the trendy thing to do. How about all you little young punks out there when violence breaks out? How about the last thing we do from now on is we pull out our smartphone and start recording all of it? Why don't, because you said this was retaliation in all likelihood. There's obviously signs of, beefs between these gang members, or, oh, he disrespected me, or you disrespected my girlfriend, or whatever. And then all of a sudden we just spray bullets around like we're at a paintball course. Why don't you go to the authorities and say, hey, I think there's some escalating tensions here, whether it's a school official or a police officer, instead of just being the first to start filming things on TikTok. How about that? Rally generation.
Yeah.
Because all they do is throw gas on the fire. Tired of this whole crowd.
Yeah, I think what I was, I think you're right. To me, I was looking at the community meeting, and those are kids who want to go to school.
Yeah.
And so your heart goes out to them. They're stuck here, and they're kids. And, these were high school age. So, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids who were there just saying, let's look towards solutions.
Mm-hmm.
So they give us a little bit of hope, as we think about what's going on. So, so that really was the first time officially, though, that we've learned that the multiple shootings we had, there is a connection. And so I just wanted to point that out too. We also had, remember the casino robbery that we talked about at Valley Forge Casino yesterday. So we have more information on that one as police investigate that armed robbery, Valley Forge Casino, King of Prussia. It happened Tuesday night in the FanDuel Sportsbook section.
No, it was not me over a lost wager.
So Pennsylvania State Police say that two men wearing hoodies, white gloves, white ski masks were armed with guns and demanding money. And so when that didn't work, police say the guys took a tip box from the counter and they took off. There was $120 in there. After the holdup, the suspects drove off in a newer model white Jeep Grand Cherokee, black rims, headed toward KOP Mall, which would have been closed at that time anyway. But police say in all, 4 suspects. They're looking for 4 suspects, and they've been tracking you mentioned yesterday, Nick, all the cameras that we know are in a casino.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have some pretty good images of them, and then they track it through all the cameras throughout the entire region.
Yep.
So I have no question that they're going to find them. Just headlining other news of the day, obviously that TikTok vote happened yesterday in the House, passing. Nick has all the deets for you on that one, and that a majority of Republicans, went against Trump, who was not happy with that vote. Today, Donald J. Trump is expected to be in court. This is the Mar-a-Lago case. And this is not, he's not going to testify. This is dealing with the legal issues and the legality of the case. So a battle among lawyers as to whether they even have really the right to move forward with the case. Because, of course, Trump's lawyers say you don't have a case. This law does not apply to this case. So we're following all of that for you very carefully. You're going to love this forecast. 78 degrees, record warm. This is, what are we, 30 degrees above what's normal for this time of year?
I love it.
I do too.
More of it.
I agree. It's just, it just feels good. And then tomorrow, so we're already at 50 degrees right now, by the way. So tomorrow, even though Greg is being a little pessimistic, tomorrow is not a washout. It will be cloudy, though, and I think Greg loves the sunshine. We've established that. So cloudy early, showers for the afternoon, but it's not a washout. The rain is a 50-50 situation. So it's not this horrific, windy, raw day by any measure. It's, 70 degrees, and throughout the day we will have periods where it's bright and cloudy, where the rain holds off. So I'll just be a little optimistic on that one. The weekend, mostly sunny weekend, 63 for your Saturday, 61 for your Sunday. And then moving into next week, I'll just prepare you. Next week, we are in the 50s and upper 40s, which is closer to where we should be. It's just we've been a little spoiled this week in the forecast. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 here on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds, TikTok, and The Ban. Yesterday, we saw all sorts of commentary on Capitol Hill, and my position has been pretty consistent on TikTok. I hate pretty much everything about that godforsaken app. Cut sheet hilarity aside, I've never thought of getting on that app. I'd never consume any of the content on it if it wasn't for this radio show. I've never had an account, and I never will. My chief concern has always been U.S. national security. In a day and age where we are inching closer and closer to a surveillance state in every aspect of our lives, I wanted it gone. It's bad enough that our own federal government is spying on us. Corporations are tracking our search and buying habits. The last thing I want is the CCP compromising our identities, financial accounts, and other vital, important personal information. I'm also sick of China and how they bulldoze America in many regards, from spy balloons over our great land to rogue police precincts in our cities to Chairman Xi owning Joe Biden over the last 3+ years. I really want to claim victory over China and dunk on them with a not so fast, you're not getting away with this anymore. But the more you read about the government's push to ban TikTok, what the bill entails, and the fact that there's bipartisan support for it, the less I am inclined to further want this app, which is owned by ByteDance, reportedly with ties to the CCP, banned in the United States of America. After further review, I have decided that I am against banning TikTok and the app and everything it entails in this country. I'm placing free speech over alleged national security threats. And when you read the legislation, you will see that this is about more than TikTok. It is about the government further controlling speech, and this is merely a Trojan horse, as Thomas Massey puts it. If this bill would be passed by the House and Senate and go into law, it would give the President of the United States the power to ban not only apps such as TikTok, but also websites. Ask yourself this: how would you feel if the Daily Mail website was banned, or Rumble, or Truth Social, the Daily Wire, the Blaze, Outkick, and other websites that you frequent in opposition of mainstream media websites and apps? You wouldn't like it. And the more I read about this bill, the more it's crystal clear to me. There's no gray area with bans. You are either in favor of them or adamantly opposed to them. There is no selective suppression. And now I am officially adamantly opposed to banning TikTok, because in the bill, it says the following: foreign adversaries controlled application. The term foreign adversary controlled application means a website, a desktop application, mobile application, or augmented or immersive technology app that is operated directly or indirectly, including through a parent company, subsidiary, or affiliate, providing services to distribute, maintain, or update by means of a marketplace through which users within the land or maritime borders of the United States may access, maintain, or update such application. I want you to think about this for a moment. If Joe Biden was for it, shouldn't you be against it? Remember, they just jumped on TikTok about 6 weeks ago around the Super Bowl. Now they're adamantly opposed to it, and Biden says he will ban the bill. But we've already seen censorship efforts in big tech from Silicon Valley. We just have to go back to 2020. This is about absolute control. TikTok is just the window dressing, and it's the entry point to further restrict Americans' access to things that the government doesn't want you having access to. Nancy Pelosi has been quoted saying, "We have to pass the bill so you can find out what's in it." Wait a minute. Why would I pass a bill so I can find out what's in it? I want to know what's in it before I either pass it or ban it. That quote alone should make you squirm. Think about this. Think about the Restrict Act. It's supported by both Democrats and Republicans. The Restrict Act law would grant the White House, through the Commerce Department, the ability to go after anyone and any company that they deem a security risk. The invoked mitigation powers are far-reaching, including the ability for the Commerce Department to ban not only social media apps, but also payment applications. Yes, payment applications, which means the Department of Commerce, through the TikTok ban bill, would have the power to go after your cryptocurrency, your Bitcoin, and other financial transactions. Ro Khanna is a Democrat from California and a member of the House of Representatives. He's an old-school moderate to liberal Dem who really values free speech. He had this to say on CNN yesterday about the TikTok ban. Listen and watch.
Against this bill, we have Congressman Ro Khanna of California with us. His district, we should mention, includes Silicon Valley, where ByteDance and other social media companies have offices. Congressman, thanks so much for sharing your afternoon with us. You said in an interview in January that TikTok should be forced to sell to an American company. Isn't that what this bill does? Why did you vote against it?
No, it doesn't. I would support a bill like this. This is blatantly unconstitutional, and I don't think the courts would uphold it. And the reason is if the sale didn't happen, it goes to a ban. The Supreme Court has said it has to be the least restrictive alternative when you look at free speech, which 170 million Americans' free speech is at impact. And we could have said that there should have been financial penalties if there isn't a divestiture. We should have said that we need a strong data privacy bill. But to ban it, I don't think survives. I think it would be struck down 9-0 by the Supreme Court.
That's a fascinating perspective. There was also
Data privacy bill is exactly what Dawn has been talking about for the last couple of days, and that's very well said by Ro Khanna. Unconstitutional, and if it got to the Supreme Court, he believes it would be shot down 9-zip. The House, as we know, yesterday passed the bill on Wednesday morning. So now TikTok has 6 months to sell its controlling share of the platform or face a ban of operating in the U.S. The votes on Wednesday were as follows. 352 members of Congress voted to ban it. 65 voted against the ban. And in a rare moment of what in the world did we just witness, both AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene were in agreement as they opposed the ban. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they can't even agree on today being Thursday, but they were in lockstep on the fight to prevent the banning of TikTok. Other notables to vote against it included Nancy Mace, Republican, as well as Democrats Ruben Gallego of Arizona, most notable for his run against Kari Lake in the Senate, and Democrat presidential longshot Dean Phillips. 15 Republicans and 50 Democrats opposed the bill. Donald Trump announced his opposition to the bill on Monday. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, said the following, quote, "Today's bipartisan vote demonstrates Congress's opposition to Communist China's attempts to spy on and manipulate Americans and signals our resolve to deter our enemies. I urge the Senate to pass this bill and send it to the president so he can sign it into law," end quote. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise was asked about this ban, the youth vote, and it being an election year. Listen and watch Mr. Scalise.
Because of how popular this app is, are you at all concerned about doing this in an election year?
I've actually talked to a lot of young people about it. Many of them don't even know how much of their data is at risk today. And so this gives them extra layers of protection when I say, in fact, an American company buying it protects your data that you're putting on TikTok. People actually feel a lot better about that. They don't realize their personal data is at risk, and in this case is going to be accessed by the Chinese Communist Party. Many people didn't sign up for that, and yet it's the case. This bill protects those families, those young people, and lets them still use the application that they enjoy. So it's a win for families across America, and it's a long time coming.
You don't have to like TikTok. I certainly do not. But if you value free speech, and more importantly, if you want the government and you want to stop the government from the far-reaching implications beyond just the banning of this one app, you should be opposed to this bill. I am. I think this creates a major slippery slope on the internet as a whole and what the government will regulate. Not just social media and certainly not just TikTok. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds. Spring is coming. I would argue it feels like it's already here. And now is the time for Budget Blinds. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business, budgetblinds.com. Your thoughts certainly welcomed. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT and in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. We'll come back and get some thoughts on what transpired yesterday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is putting the ball in your court for the rest of the NBA season because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. You can bet on the NBA with a wide range of bet types, including quick bets, live same-game parlays, player props, and so much more. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make your first bet. FanDuel.com/Greg. By the way, I'm taking your Philadelphia 76ers tonight, plus 8.5 against the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think they're going to win, but I'm going to take the points. Plus 8.5, your Philadelphia 76ers. FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel.com/Greg, by the way. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA, first online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Steamfitters Local Union 420 is a proud 120-year-old labor organization. We have been providing the HVAC service sector with the safest and most highly skilled HVAC service technicians. Our members have been trained in all aspects of the HVAC service sector, including boiler and chiller service, as well as refrigeration systems and controls. Contact Steamfitters Local Union 420 for all your service-related needs and visit our website for more information at lu420.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway. Upgrade your kitchen for less with LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $36.02 for only $19.95, $52 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about my great dentist friend and prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Well, his hygienist, Maria, very gentle in cleaning your teeth, but a taskmaster. One of her tips, brush on the inside of your teeth, Dom. Who knew? Get the same kind of care I got. Go to the Bentz Dental Group in East North and give them a call at 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Thinking about popping the question? Springtime is the perfect time to show that special person in your life how much you care. When you show them that beautiful Cozy diamond, they won't have any doubts thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. All that adds up to an unforgettable moment. And an engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers is the only way to improve on a perfect spring day. So head to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square for all your jewelry needs. Or shop online at CozyJewelers.com.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You talk too much. Never say what's on your mind. It's written on your face.
Kayal and Company, always saying what is on our mind, and occasionally in the YouTube chat being accused of talking too much. As we roll on, Nick, Don, and Greg here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You know, it's interesting. Every time you see legislation and proposed bills, and they have these fancy titles, and you think it addresses the cause that it says it's going to address if you decide to approve of a bill, or if you vote against it and you don't want to do this, always read the fine print. You know, it's like the Inflation Reduction Act. It does a whole bunch of stuff, but it doesn't really address inflation that much. And that's kind of the way I feel about this TikTok bill yesterday. There was a couple of good posts yesterday with some excerpts of the actual legislation, and it was highlighted. And if you think about it, you know, in this country, we allow China to fly spy balloons across our country until Mama Zioli shoots them down with her musket in South Carolina. We have record numbers of Chinese illegal immigrants coming up through the southern border. Swalwell was dating a Chinese spy. I believe Dianne Feinstein employed somebody on her payroll that was a Chinese spy for, I think, 2 decades. And you look at Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, allegations with connections to the CCP. So the last thing I want to hear is this country all of a sudden is serious about cracking down on China, and they're going to do it through TikTok and ByteDance. I have finally come full circle, and to me, let it exist. I think, Dawn, you said it best earlier this week. Put some, restrictions on TikTok with the ability to get data, but let the app exist. And it's like, at the end of the day, if you don't like Twitter, don't go on it. If you don't like this radio show, don't listen to it. But bans, and Stalker, you've said this as well, they usually do not work. So your thoughts yesterday, Dawn, on this playing out, which I believe the vote came down, was it in real time on your show?
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah, so it was, we were watching it, and Anthony because I had on one network, he had on the other one. We had all the computer, all the, to see who would break it. And so Anthony DiRenzo says, they voted, it's done. They voted for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was during the show, mid-morning yesterday. But I think the reaction, first of all, it's the fact that Trump wanted it. He decided that he did not want to do the ban. I swear it's all about Trump. So it's so bizarre to me that some of the headlines this morning, Republicans defied Trump by voting for this thing. It's suddenly all about Trump. This is going to be a long 8 months, my friends.
Yes, it is.
But the truth is, I wonder where it's going to go in the Senate. The Senate has a slightly different model and bill that they've been looking at because, as we've talked about, a lot of these social media sites, a lot of apps in general, collect your data. It just depends on what they do with the data.
Mm-hmm.
It's that third-party user.
Yep.
And yesterday I had this where I was even looking at, and it's, the CHOP app, the Children's Hospital app. You think about that. Why do they have to access your photos? You start thinking about it more now that this is a relevant news issue that's topical. But this is the issue: the third-party users and where your information is exported.
Mm-hmm.
That is the user data, and then the export of it. That's what they need to control. And in all honesty, I think the vast majority of these individuals in Congress do not have a clue as to how all of this works.
Right.
And so that's a real problem.
They came together with this legislation in what, 4 days?
Yep.
I mean, that's awfully quick.
Yep.
To come up with 300 and some odd pages. My guess is you're right. Most people that are voting on this have a very entry level understanding of what it actually entails.
Yep. I would love to know if, because Trump was on the campaign trail a lot with Vivek Ramaswamy, who is fluent in this kind of issue.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to wonder if it was indeed Vivek saying to him, hey, Mr. President, they got to do blah, 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 and they have to write this and that, because he can understand this. He's somebody who could help write this kind of legislation and educate these individuals in Congress who I don't think they know what they're talking about.
Yep.
I really don't. And so that's a big problem.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the conversation. So the vote yesterday went 352 to 65. And as I mentioned in the big take, I don't think I've ever seen AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene agree on anything. They were both opposed to the ban. As you mentioned, it will now go to the Senate, where senators will decide whether the national security threat posed by TikTok is worth the headache from the constituents who love this app. Apparently, there's over 150 million Americans that use this social media app, TikTok, and the bill has a good shot of becoming law as a bipartisan group of lawmakers proposed the bill, and Joe confirmed he would sign it if it also passes the Senate, which is interesting because Joe's time on the app would be short-lived. He's been on it, personally, I say personally because he's not really posting there, but he's got an app and he's got a profile. He posted that Super Bowl ad. And then he will think about this. Joe is doing more for national security with banning the TikTok app than he is with the southern border. That's another interesting little tidbit.
Well, that's the thing, too, is that we are sitting here with all of these concerns about China accessing our data when China has all of our data anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But yet our borders are completely open.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a bigger national security threat, in my opinion. But I wanted to piggyback off something that Dawn said about these people who are voting for that have no idea what the bill is. Let's start with Nancy Pelosi, shall we? Phil, if you can pull up cut 1 here. Her claim is that we're not trying to ban TikTok, we're just trying to make it better. And that she does like a tic-tac-toe thing. Like she's just trying to be, she has no idea. Yeah. That's the problem when you have these, they have no idea what TikTok does, what it is, anything about it. Well, my grandkids. Don't bother me with such frivolity. My grandkids use it, but you're the one voting on it, sweetheart.
Yep.
Let's start with cut 1 here, Phil, if you will. Cut 1, go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership on this very important issue, and I thank the distinguished chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee and associate myself with her remarks, as well as with Mr. Pallone's. I thank Mr. Christian Murphy and Mr. Gallagher, Chairman Gallagher of the Select Committee on China, for their great leadership, bringing this legislation forward to the Committee of Jurisdiction, legislative jurisdiction. Mr. Chair, I have a few points to make, and it's interesting to hear this respectful debate. First of all, this is not a ban on TikTok. I'm a grandmother of teenagers. I understand the entertainment value, the educational value, the communication value, the business value for some business on this.
Okay.
This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
Four corners. Bingo.
What the hell is she talking
I
about?
have no idea. It absolutely is a ban on TikTok. If this goes through, they have 5 or 6 months to sell it.
Tic-tac-toe.
Oh, God. Just go home, lady. Enough of you.
She's trying to be witty there, and she has no idea what she's talking about. I'm not a fan of TikTok. I will not go on it. I don't care about it. I don't care if it's here or if it's not here. But banning this is just a slippery slope.
Right.
It's a Trojan horse.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use this legislation to ban all kinds of stuff that they don't want.
It's the
AM
same-
radio might be one of them,
Yes.
by the way.
It's the same thing after 9/11 when you had the Patriot Act. After all these different events in history, you get all this legislation, and they slowly tighten the vice on society and your freedoms and all of these restrictions because they know they can't do it overnight. So they do it piece by piece by piece, and this is exactly what's happening here.
You're exactly right. And they wait for something like this. And to Greg's point, oh, well, it's for the children, and they're not safe, and this and that. No, this is once they get in with this, they're going to go into every app, and they're going to have control.
Yeah.
And part of the bill, remember, one of their proposals is that they would control. That it would go into a server. All of the information will go into a government server,
of course,
in the United States of America. So really, to me, when I look at this, it's basically a battle of government officials and bureaucrats who are saying, well, why should China get all their information?
Yep.
We want to have all your information.
Exactly.
Great.
Right.
That's you're exactly right. Like they can't do that to our pledges. Only we can do that to our pledges. I just this whole thing is such a bad press. And who are these Congress people? 356 of them?
Yeah, 352 to 65.
It wasn't even close.
No. Nope.
Who are these people?
Because they
Who are
don't
these
know
people?
what they don't know what they're doing. They really don't.
Republicans, Democrats, both of them. Should be ashamed of themselves.
So I think all the I don't know what the Republicans were thinking, but I think all the Democrats said, oh, whatever the opposite of what Trump wants.
Yeah.
Seriously.
And then you have some Democrats out there like Ro Khanna who's like, no, I would vote for a certain bill to ban TikTok if it was really about banning TikTok. But he said in that clip I played for you in the Big Take, it's gonna restrict freedom of speech, and he thinks SCOTUS would shoot it down if it got that high.
It's funny.
he's right.
It's funny because you were saying that that both Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC don't agree on anything, but they agree on this. They do, but they're coming at it from completely different.
Everybody's got their own
points of view.
agenda for it.
It's that the AOC is in the same camp as the Ilhan Omar, where she believes that the truth about what's happening in Gaza is actually being broadcast on TikTok, and that's where, even though it's been debunked and it's completely fabricated, but they're looking at it from that. Marjorie Taylor Greene is looking at it from, I believe, more of a free speech angle of it.
I totally agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And oh, by the way, keep in mind, TikTok is banned on federal devices as the Biden administration and their officials helped with the technical language of that.
Can I just say this? Because this is Peter M. on the YouTube chat has a point of view that a lot of people have here, and I wanted to get both of your reactions on this. Peter M. says, in the bill, it says it would prohibit TikTok from U.S. app stores unless it separates from ByteDance. Ban is a misnomer.
Well, I've been reporting that because that is the proper language of it. But you have to understand that the law of the Chinese government, the communist Chinese government, the law states it must be owned in China by them. And so it's a contradiction of terms.
Right.
You can't, essentially, it becomes a ban because that would never happen. And so that's That's the problem here.
Yep. 855-839-1210 to climb in. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. We have so many good things to get to. Still ahead in the 7 o'clock hour. Don Lemon against Elon Musk. Ron DeSantis against the owner and creator of the Libs of TikTok account on Twitter. Speaking of TikTok, RFK Jr., Aaron Rodgers. CNN is going after Aaron Rodgers because he allegedly shared false Sandy Hook conspiracy theories 13 years ago in a private conversation. We'll get to that as we continue. But it could be curtains for Fonnie Willis within the next 2 days. The details next here on Kayal and Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We just shot the first episode of Kayal Pool Karaoke about 2 months ago. The first episode dropped on social media about a week and a half ago, and we filmed that debut episode in the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And if you need that extra row of seating, third row seating, yeah, it comes standard. But also the rugged off-roading ability that only comes in the Trail Sport model. And you can explore all of the Honda Pilot models at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop online, piazzaautogroup.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife Bev and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help, find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just going to love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope, sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Luke's on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:40 7 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Good day yesterday for Donald Trump as the judge in the Fulton County case dismisses 3 charges against Trump in the Georgia election interference case as the pressure continues to mount on Fani Willis. And as you might recall, the 6 charges in question have to do with allegedly soliciting elected officials to violate their oaths of office. That includes 2 charges related to Trump's infamous phone call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, fellow Republican, back on January 2nd of 2021, where he asked him to, quote, find 11,780 votes. The ruling, the surprise ruling, comes at a time when McAfee faces a self-imposed deadline of this week to rule on whether or not to disqualify Fani Willis. So I think this is a good day for Trump, and I think at some point either today or tomorrow, hopefully it comes down today so we have something to talk about in our open tomorrow. I hate when they do these news dumps on a Friday and I got to wait until Monday. It's all about this show. I think all judges moving forward in any Trump case should not issue a ruling, and they fail to allege sufficient detail regarding the nature of their commission. They also do not, quote, give the defendants enough information to prepare their defenses intelligently. So,
by the way, just to clarify that this is due to a technical deficiency in the language of some of the charges in the indictment, and it can be easily remedied.
Yes.
Those are the judge's things. So I believe it will be easily remedied, and the charges will go back.
Yeah, they can. He
have
said
6 months.
They can basically reword it, refile it, and reprocess it. Which again, I've been saying that I don't think this case is going away. I do think Fani Willis is going away, and based on everything, if you're just trying to forget, like, you know, the legal minutia and what's being dismissed and all the aha gotcha moments, and you just look at everything from a momentum standpoint. We have seen Fani Willis, we've seen Nathan Wade, also Wade's former, I believe, divorce attorney Terrence Bradley. It just looks to me like, you know what, you got to get a new cast of characters in here. This case to me, from the oath of office and the objectivity, it seems, and doesn't just seem, we know it, this lady's got an axe to grind with Trump. And if you're going to maintain the integrity of a court, you can't have tainted characters leading a prosecution or a co-prosecution with everything that we do know now moving forward. So if all that happens and Willis is dismissed at some point, and we're looking at all of these cases. Oh, by the way, the Alvin Bragg Manhattan case starts in 10 days, Monday, March 25th. I just don't see how this Georgia case is going to be completed before the election as well.
And that's why it's a win.
Yes.
Because any delay, any opportunity to appeal or delay, because now they have 6 months to rework this, then the Trump team has to look at it, all the lawyers involved and all the procedures and all the whole. So I just think anytime there's something like this where now they have to go, take 3 steps back and 1 step forward, any delay is a win for Trump.
Yeah. I would totally agree. And I mean, the wheels of justice, and I hate using that phrase, but it's so true. The wheels of justice move at glacial speeds. Everything is just so slow. All of these documents you have as an attorney, whether you're the prosecution or the defense, you can file a motion for almost anything. Like, all the motions do is delay. You could just file a motion and then insert motion to blah, 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 insert whatever you want. Then it's got to be heard. You have a little hearing on that. Then the judge makes a ruling. I mean, there's so many little tactics that attorneys have that can, and you think about it, all of these prosecutors, from Merrick Garland's DOJ to Letitia James, Attorney General, to district attorneys like Fani Willis, Alvin Bragg, they all want to go at warp speed, right? Like, we're talking about, like, all of the prosecutors are trying to run the 40-yard dash, and Trump's defense team for every case is trying to run a marathon, right? Like they're trying to make this a 26-mile thing and delay it and draw it out, and everything else is just a quick burst in order to get things done before the 2024 election. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then we get real petty in the 7 o'clock hour.
Ooh.
Oh, this is going to be great. Don and Lemon, DeSantis and the libs of TikTok, CNN and Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be good. Cut sheet at 7:45, and we're back after this.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through April 1st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit InnovativeMedicalAssociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dip and Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Thursday morning, Kayal and Company, as we continue our number 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Get us on the free Odyssey app, and of course watch the show live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45, as you will hear a lot of stuff from Don Lemon, Elon Musk, that very interesting story. We'll get to that coming up in about 45 minutes. Also, Ron DeSantis going after the libs of TikTok. We will explain that story. And also, why is CNN so concerned about RFK Jr. and Aaron Rodgers? A very interesting story that we will delve into in a couple of minutes. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Thursday morning, 50 degrees on this Thursday morning, March 14th. And we are sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union. A lot of news this morning. I will begin with an update on a real tragedy in a community that we've talked a lot about, with a man who took a bunch of neighborhood kids for a ride in the back of his truck. And then a tragic accident happened when one of those children fell out of the vehicle, a 7-year-old little girl named Sloan. Remember, we talked about this?
Sure.
And so yesterday, that driver took full responsibility, expressed deep remorse and sorrow, pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the death of this little girl, 7-year-old Sloan Quartnick. And he was sentenced by the judge in this case to 6 months to up to 23 months in jail. So he will for sure spend 6 months, probably because of good time, so-called gain time. And so he had driven these 5 kids, ages 6 to 11, around the neighborhood. He and his wife had a great relationship with these kids. All the families, the parents, they all know each other. And so he had this 1996 Subaru Sambar, a micro truck it's called, and with a smaller cab and then a shorter truck bed. And that was part of the problem, that she tumbled out of it, fell out of the vehicle, hit her head on the pavement before the truck rolled over her body.
Oh, such an avoidable tragedy.
God.
You know, I have a truck too, and as soon as I got it last May from Piazza, my girls were like, "Can we sit in the back and go for a ride?" And I'm like, "No, like no, you can get in the back seat and put your seatbelt on like you're supposed to." Like, it's just such poor judgment by people. You just don't do it. I mean, I hate to be like that, but you know, just no. And a 1996 Subaru.
Mm-hmm. He was, sobbing on the stand. Judge Risa Vetri Furman, who's the Montgomery County Court judge there. She's obviously very well known. She used to be a prosecutor in Montgomery County, and her brother is quite a famous chef as well. So from a famous family, she called this an unimaginable tragedy. The family of Sloan, of the little girl, there were about 50 family members packing the courtroom. And they were, speaking out, just saying that they were not happy with the negotiated sentence for Mr. Marin, because they said there is no justice here, and that this is devastating to their family, to the community. I mean, you just can't imagine these poor parents of this little girl and the grandparents. Everybody was in court.
Yeah.
And so there's obviously no win here.
No.
It's just a very sad story. And I lead with it, Nick, because of what you said. It's a reminder to all of us just to think first. And that's, this man has to live with this, and these poor parents and community have to live with it.
Right. And especially if it was like your own family member, your own niece or nephew, you want to be the cool uncle or the cool grandpa. And it's just like, no. Just avoid. Don't put yourself in that situation, so you don't have to deal with something like this.
Yeah, all good people.
Yep.
Here, there's it's just it's a horrible situation, and our hearts go out to the family, to the parents, and to Judge Furman. I mean, that was tough, to take as well. With the family members, they were speaking afterwards, highly critical of the entire situation, saying they did not get justice. Let's take you to the update on this Peace Not Guns town hall last night, packed, standing room only, in the wake of these school bus stop shootings in Philadelphia, which school buses are SEPTA bus stops. And so Philadelphia high school students and their parents packing this meeting last night, a community meeting. In total, 11 teenagers and kids were shot last week, and one who was killed. The one who was killed, 17-year-old Damon Taylor. So he was a student at Imhotep Charter High School. And so his classmates were coming out talking about this and trying to find solutions within the community for kids to stay on the straight and narrow, but as well to stay safe, to get from home to school safely. So that was part of the conversation. We also have an update with U.S. Marshals identifying the 4 suspects in the shooting that we've talked a lot about at a different SEPTA bus stop, school bus stop in Philadelphia, that left 8 teenagers wounded. 17-year-old Asir Boone is considered armed and dangerous, wanted for attempted murder, and he's still out on the loose. There's a $5,000 reward for anybody who can lead authorities to his arrest. And that involves the shooting of Northeast High School students, all of whom, including the 16-year-old boy who was shot 9 times, all of them now listed in stable condition. So we don't have anybody anymore in critical condition. That one's going on. There's other news of the day, and that is the U.S. Census shows us there are new numbers are out, and Nick Kayal talked yesterday a lot about the fact that we're 4 years after the COVID shutdowns and 2 weeks to slow the spread. And that's this week for us in Philadelphia. Nick talked a lot about it last year. The impact really is on the city of Philadelphia since that announcement of, let's say, March, April, 4 years ago to right now. We've lost some 53,000 residents have just said, I'm out.
Yep. And I came back.
Yes.
53,000 left, and one stew nod came back.
This is good. This is good. Well, you're against the tide, my friend.
I am.
And with that, I will say that our mayor, Sherelle Parker, she took office in January, city's first female mayor. She's going to deliver her first, but everybody, we have to say that, I guess. That's in all the headlines.
Oh,
I'm not sure why, but she's going to deliver her first budget proposal to city council today, and it's expected to be a high-profile address. So that budget proposal, we'll look at that today. And how do these census numbers, how does all of this factor in?
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the questions. Moving forward, I do hope that we talk about what happened. These firefighters are all of our heroes, but in New York City, the fact that these firefighters were booing Attorney General Letitia James and they're getting ripped for it. So I'll just do a little tease that it's really my favorite story of the day.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Jonathan Turley actually defended Letitia James, saying that this is not a free speech situation, and any punishment that comes down to these firefighters from their superiors is legitimately justified, not only from a decorum standpoint, but chanting Trump, 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 or booing her. He basically, because everyone's like, whoa, free speech. And Turley actually squashed that notion. So I was a little surprised by his takeaway, but, he's the legal scholar. So although I did love it, I mean, do you not think, knowing your setting, right?
Yeah.
If you're Letitia James, if you go to anything that's pro-police, pro-firefighter, pro-military, that's a lot of Trump's base right there. You think you're going to be greeted with a standing ovation?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and these are firefighters. These are the 9/11 fight. This is a new class of, right? They're a lot of them family members of those who were killed in 9/11. And now this pair of Staten Island lawyers are offering to represent them.
Oh.
So I love these guys. These two lawyers come out and they say
lawyers always come out, right?
But they're saying for free.
Oh, for free.
They've said free of charge. We will represent any of these fight, because now they're hunting them down. Of course,
Yep.
We're gonna find you, and you're gonna get in big trouble. And so the Staten Island biggity big lawyers are like, oh yeah, for free, we're gonna represent you in court, and we're gonna fight for you.
Well, yeah, it's great publicity for these lawyers. They'll eventually end up cashing in on this in future cases. And you're right. And you say hunting down, that's not embellishing. They're literally going to go track down these individuals, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
It's a sin. It's a sin, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
So we are sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union. Unlock financial freedom with American Heritage Credit Union. Secure your future with a 13-month IRA certificate, 5% annual percentage yield, or enjoy flexibility with a 10-month 5% APY. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org. Join today. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union. The forecast, a sweet taste of summer. It's going to feel like late June, July, 78 degrees, mostly sunny skies. What an incredible day. Enjoy it, because tomorrow we're still 70 degrees, barely, but we have another front moving through, as it'll be mostly cloudy. We will have periods of rain, but it's not a washout of a day. So warm, some soft rain, some clouds, but there will be some bright spots where it's just cloudy skies, bright skies, and the rain will kind of spatter in and out throughout the day. That's what it looks like. The weekend, the sunshine comes back, 63 degrees for your Saturday, which is the better of the 2 days if Nick Kayal's going to be golfing. And then Sunday, we're looking at 61 degrees, but a little chance of more clouds and possibly some sprinkles. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Yeah, the weather was so great yesterday. My sister watched my daughters yesterday, so Kristen and I could go out and do a happy hour. And it was such great weather. Zioli's going to hate this. Rich, I had the flip-flops on yesterday, brother. I was in the open-toe sandals yesterday. I had a couple of margaritas. I had some tacos. I had yesterday, and we sat outside to eat. Nice. I had a shrimp, chorizo, and octopus taco.
Ooh.
Oh, my God.
That sounds great.
So some fresh cilantro, little onion, little guac.
Can we stop with the easy the everything is a taco now? Tacos, you can have fish tacos, but octopus.
It had octopus, shrimp, and chorizo all in it.
It's just that's a violation.
Melt in your mouth.
That's a violation.
A little spice to it. I had some sweat pouring down my head.
Yeah.
Put the little napkin out and wipe
I
off my brow.
saw the photo you tweeted, by the way, and the margarita you had, and low energy.
Pineapple margarita.
Exactly.
With and on the rim. Are you a salt or sugar rim? How do you like
salt,
the rim?
Salt.
Okay.
Yeah, stop getting fancy with margaritas. Just put a little.
I'm normally just a old school traditional margarita, or just straight tequila on the rocks.
Yeah, just put
little lime,
2 shots of tequila. Put just a little bit of like a splash of lime in it.
Yeah, that's traditionally what I go for. But this was on their happy hour discounted rate. I got it for $5.
Nice.
Think about that.
Maybe a little Quattro in there too.
Yeah.
You know.
By the way, the rim salted with not only salt but cayenne pepper. Ooh.
I'm loving.
Yeah, I'm not loving the taco choice.
Yeah.
Beef, chicken.
No, beef.
Fish.
Chorizo's pork technically.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't love
chorizo, shrimp, and octopus.
I don't love the pork taco either. So,
yeah,
no.
But you like the seafood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like a yeah.
I love fish taco.
A fish taco is fine.
Okay.
But when it gets too fancy, it doesn't become a taco. It's just a meal you wrap in a.
But we should go out and get tequila and tacos one night. Whenever you're ready to leave the house again, let me know.
I leave the house all the time.
I just don't want to hang out with you.
He's here like 14 hours a day.
Thank you, Don.
It's like...
All right, we'll come back. We got to get to a couple of good stories here. I want to start with CNN and them going after RFK and Aaron Rodgers. Jake Tapper and Pamela Brown, especially Pamela Brown, another low-energy anchor. Well, she's been sitting on a story for 11 years that now all of a sudden she wants to share. We'll get to that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from my friends at Blue Chew. If Father Time is catching up with you when it pertains to your adult relations behind closed doors in the privacy of your own home, it's okay. It happens to all of us, but not everybody provides you with the solution at a financially feasible rate. That is, of course, until now. Exclusive offer for Kayal and Company listeners. Go to BlueChew.com, enter the promo code 1210 for your first month free. That is correct. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, first month free. The great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that's delivering men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, all the big brand names, but in a chewable tablet. Think about that, chewable as well, at a much cheaper price. Free is great. That's right. Promo code 1210 when you go to BlueChew.com for your first month free. Just pay the $5 for shipping. Stay fresh with Blue Chew. Confidence plus performance. It comes standard. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210.
Molly Malloy's Kitchen and Bar is located at Center Court in the historic Reading Terminal Market, featuring a private bar, diner seating, and a great view of the market scene. Molly Malloy's uses fresh ingredients, like produce from the market's Lobine Brothers, along with other market vendors. From cheesesteaks made with center-cut ribeye on seeded Sarcones rolls, fresh biscuits made for breakfast sandwiches, or 35 beers, ciders, and Prosecco on tap, Molly Malloy's in the Reading Terminal has a little something for everyone. Go to MollyMalloysPhilly.com.
Steamfitters Local Union 420 is a proud 120-year-old labor organization. We have been providing southeastern Pennsylvania with the safest steamfitters, welders, and HVAC technicians. Our members provide services to chemical, nuclear, healthcare, life science, and pharmaceutical industries, in addition to commercial and residential HVAC. If you need the most highly skilled and trained piping professionals, contact Steamfitters Local Union 420. Please visit us at our website, lu420.com.
There's a little something for everyone when it comes to theme nights at Citizens Bank Park. Enjoy ticket discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit phillies.com/theme nights to view the 2024 schedule and purchase tickets today. It's a Pennsylvania showdown when the Pirates come to town on Thursday, April 11th and Friday, April 12th, both at 6:40, Saturday, April 13th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 14th at 1:35. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Italia, my favorite destination in the world, Italy. It's called the Grand Event for good reason. Rome, Tuscany, Florence, Orvieto, Siena, Venice, Milan, and the northern Italian lakes region. 12 big days of touring, the kind of dining events that Conservative Tours Tour Company is famous for in Italy. $53.71, that includes your airfare, the Colosseum, the Vatican, Trevi Fountain, Piazza Navona. Fully escorted by my friends at Conservative conservative tours team in Italy, the Renzo, Romina, and Giuseppe. Call them toll-free at 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. Tuscany beckons, and it's a time to answer Florence, the history, the beauty. San Gimignano, bustling Siena, and then it's on to the grand finale, Venice, Milan, the pristine resort of Stresa on Lake Maggiore, Bellagio 2. This fall in Italia. Ciao.
You've heard about the thousands of patients finally getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to QC Kinetics non-invasive treatments. And here's one who was determined to avoid surgery. Meet Vicky.
The orthopedic surgeon said, well, you're going to need knee replacement sooner rather than later. I kept hearing commercials about QC Kinetics and thought, well, I'm going to check them out first.
QC Kinetics has treated over 20,000 patients like Vicky around the country. People who were told they needed surgery but chose a more natural, less invasive approach that uses regenerative treatments to help heal and restore painful joints with no downtime.
If QC Kinetics had not been what I expected, I would have gone through with the surgery, but I got so much relief, am now pretty much pain-free that I don't have to have the surgery.
Before going under the knife, you need to check out QC Kinetics. The consultation is free. Call today.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
What's on the cut sheet in just about 20 minutes as we roll on Thursday morning. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210 to join the program. So, For the last handful of years, we know that CNN's ratings have crumbled and their credibility has become seriously tainted over all of their Trump obsessions and all of the hoaxes that were proven not to be true. So take this one with a major grain of salt, but I find this to be very interesting. Jake Tapper and Pamela Brown of CNN have a story together that they are both co-reporting on that claims RFK Jr.'s vice presidential prospect, Aaron Rodgers, has shared, Aaron Rodgers, by the way, Jets quarterback, has shared false Sandy Hook conspiracy theories in private conversations from 11 and 12 years ago, respectively. If you remember, Sandy Hook was in the year 2012. I think it was December of 2012. And now CNN is reporting the following. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has confirmed that among his potential Veep prospects is Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who in private conversations shared deranged conspiracy theories about the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting not being real. CNN knows of two people with whom Rodgers has enthusiastically shared these stories, including with one anchor, Pamela Brown, one of the journalists that is writing this piece. Brown was covering the Kentucky Derby for CNN back in 2013 when she was introduced to Aaron Rodgers, then with the Green Bay Packers, at a post-Derby party. Hearing that she was a journalist with CNN, Rodgers immediately began attacking the news media for covering up important stories. Rodgers brought up the tragic killing of 20 children and 6 adults by a gunman at Sandy Hook Elementary School, claiming it was actually a government inside job and that the media was intentionally ignoring it. When Brown questioned him on the evidence to show that this very real shooting was staged, Rodgers began sharing various theories that have since been disproven numerous times. Such conspiracy theories were also later at the center of lawsuits with Alex Jones. Brown recalls Rodgers asking her if she thought it was off that there were men in black in the woods by the school, falsely claiming that those men were actually government operatives, and Brown found the encounter to be quite disturbing, according to this story on CNN. He also goes on to talk about how Aaron Rodgers allegedly claimed that this was all crisis actors, that the shooting never happened, that the children never existed, and the parents and everybody in the community basically are all crisis actors, and this was a dog and pony show, a false flag. I find it very interesting that in a day and age where CNN is not really respected and trusted by many people from a credibility standpoint these days, certainly not consumed in mainstream media the way it once was. We know they're getting trounced by MSNBC and, of course, by Fox News. That Pamela Brown, and I mean, I've seen her at various times. I think she does Saturdays. Maybe she's on in the weekdays now that they've kind of reshuffled their lineup. Mm-hmm. But I recall her from having like a Saturday platform for a couple of hours. One of those like, this CNN Saturday, I think they call it. And so you wait 11 years to come out and talk about what Aaron Rodgers allegedly told you at a Kentucky Derby after party. Now, I want you to think about the Kentucky Derby for a second. Bunch of goofy hats and bad drinks, right? Like that drink that you get at the Kentucky Derby is god-awful, but there's a bunch of people there that are liquored up, and I'm not trying to defend. I have no idea if this is true or not. I just find it very interesting that now, 11 years later, you want to share this about Aaron Rodgers because he's a Veep candidate potentially for a guy that I presumably would imagine CNN doesn't really hold in high regard because RFK is like the redheaded stepchild of the Kennedy family dynasty. He was rejected by the Democrats, so he's an independent now. And of course, he's got strong stances on vaccines and other theories that don't jive with CNN's agenda. But I find this to be very, very hard to believe. And if it was really said, having seen Aaron Rodgers in the media many times, he says a lot of things tongue-in-cheek. He's kind of a troll. I kind of like him, but I do think he is kind of a troll. And for all we know, he could have had, what do they call those drinks at the Kentucky Derby? Those god-awful ones with the whiskey in him. Oh, God, I should know this. Well, anyway, who knows? He might have had 7 doubles. He could have been completely obliterated.
Mint juleps?
Yes.
Juleps. That's
looking it up.
God, they're
Couldn't think of
atrocious.
it.
God-awful drink. But is anybody actually buying this 11 years later?
Well, the way that first of all, so they're drinking at an after party, and he clearly is quoting the nonsense that Alex Jones. It was outrageous at the time that Alex Jones was saying this. So if he's saying to her, "Hey, what do you think about the reports?" He's quoting somebody else's reports.
Yes.
So she's making it look like, oh, he came up with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's really what happened. I think it sounds like, she's an investigative journalist, and he's saying, well, what do you think of this guy, Alex Jones?
Yeah.
Because nobody would believe that somebody would make up something so horrific.
Right.
And it was horrific to make something up like that.
Yes.
And obviously that's why.
And it was debunked, not true.
It was debunked, and Alex Jones got sued by those grieving parents who said, "What is your problem? First of all, why would you?
Right.
Why?"
But I'm also I don't want this to come off as if I'm defending Alex Jones, because I'm certainly not. But think about the timeline of this. That shooting happened in December of 2012. The Kentucky Derby in 2013 is in May. That's 5 months later. It's not like Aaron Rodgers is giving his opinion on Sandy Hook in 2016 or 2019 or 2022. I mean, this was 5 months removed before all of the facts were gathered. So if you had doubts or you were skeptical of something, I think that's fair 5 months after something happens. They're making it sound like, oh, well, it's 2022, and a decade later, Aaron Rodgers is regurgitating what has already been proven not true that came out of the mouth of Alex Jones. So the whole thing just stinks to high, what. And look, I CNN knows that RFK is not going to win the election, but I'm thinking, okay, slanted, tainted media. What's the objective here? What's the agenda? They're probably concerned that RFK, and polling has shown this, and RFK takes some votes away from Trump as well, but he's probably taking more votes away from Joe Biden based on some of the polls we have seen. And now Pamela Brown. This is where if you're a legit journalist, this to me seems like, and maybe, we're to blame for this because we're talking about it, so we've taken the bait. This feels like a clickbait headline story. And I'll be interested to see what Rodgers says when he either goes on the Joe Rogan podcast again, or he goes on Pat McAfee's show on ESPN, because somebody, if they're doing their job, they will ask him about this story that Jake Tapper and Pamela Brown are reporting on.
Yeah, I'm looking up the timeline to your point, and the timeline is that this was right around the time that Alex Jones, that's exactly the time that he was right in the midst of that shocking, conspiracy theory that he made up, and so they're drinking at this after, and he's saying to somebody who's an investigative, and by the way, she's a hot chick. He's talking to her because she's a hot chick. Okay, she's a hot blonde, or she was, and so he's saying, well, hey, he's like a football guy. What do you talk to her about? He's like, hey, what do you think about like those headlines of that guy saying blah, 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 blah. So to me, it's irresponsible.
Yeah.
That she's doing this all these years. That's my bottom line.
You bring up Aaron Rodgers and then Pamela Brown as a hot chick. So it's the 2013 Derby.
Yeah.
Rodgers has had 4 men jewels, and he says, hey, what do you say you and I go back to the hotel later? And oh, by the way, according to my sources, the internet was shut off at Sandy Hook Elementary for 4 years. I don't think that happened. False flag. Can I get your number? Kind of an odd pickup line, but
I just think it hurts her credibility to suddenly tell this story.
And by the way, like Aaron Rodgers has already been smeared by the mainstream media for being quote anti-vax. So, this is just another one where Aaron Rodgers will probably take this as, another skin on the wall, so to speak, of the left going after him for, and I mean, immediately he could completely debunk this by coming out and denying it. And then the ball's back in the court of Pamela Brown and CNN. So.
Yeah. And back when he was the cool quarterback.
Oh, he was cool because he didn't share his views on Big Pharma.
So all of a sudden, all these years later, now he's, considered, by the media, oh, he didn't get the vaccine and so on and so forth. So now I guess he's not the cool guy. So now she can tell this all these years later. It's icky. I think she she hurt herself here.
I don't buy it. I really don't. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back. Ron DeSantis is not going to stand for it. And the libs of TikTok get community noted to boot. We'll give you that story on the other side. Cut sheet in less than 15 minutes here on a Thursday. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You know, the kitchen, my kitchen in my home is the heart of my home. Maybe your kitchen or your bath, you're looking at it this time and you think, I want to get this thing out of the 90s, those dark cabinets, whatever that is, whether it's the kitchen, the guest bathroom, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today and bring your new kitchen or your bath. Bring it back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler that I trust. They're going to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or your bath. You're going to love it. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. How does that sound? 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a way to boost energy, support your heart, and age with grace? Well, it's time to check out Oracine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Oracine provides essentials for our body's need to naturally combat fatigue and increase stamina without the high sugar, caffeine, and unhealthy ingredients common in superficial energy sources. Plus, Rescue Oracine supports healthy blood pressure and cardio function too. And now for a limited time, our listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free on Rescue Oracine. Just use the code FUEL when ordering to get this exclusive deal. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code FUEL online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code FUEL, F-U-E-L. Buy one Oracine, get another free. Go to res-q.com now. Stay fueled and fit with Rescue Oracine.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything Alexis makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through April 1st at the Invitation Alexis sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company, 737, rolling on live Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 is how you climb aboard. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Download the podcast the old-fashioned way. iTunes, Spotify. There's literally 13,339 ways to consume the show. I checked. I did the math. If you can't get us, you're not trying. It's the way it works. Cut sheet in about 7 minutes. So I thought this was a very interesting story, and I'm surprised. I'm going to come to the aid of Ron DeSantis here for all of the people that think, oh, you hate DeSantis. Initially it was, oh, you're a DeSantis fanboy, you don't like Trump. Then it's, oh, you love Trump, you hate DeSantis. Not the case. So the Libs of TikTok is the official Twitter feed of, and I forget how you pronounce her name. I think it's Chaya Rychik is the female, the conservative who created the Libs of TikTok website and Twitter account. And she obviously, goes on TikTok, finds all these deranged left-wing people with purple hair and nose rings talking about their pronouns and puts them on Twitter. They end up on the cut sheet at times. She also did an interview, the creator of the Libs of TikTok, recently with the Washington Post over the last couple of weeks, which got kind of contentious. And she's a conservative, and she kind of exposes a lot of the Libs of TikTok stuff. So she posted this tweet 22 hours ago, and it said as follows: "This normally quiet, peaceful neighborhood in Florida was shaken this week when 3 illegal immigrants from Guatemala were arrested for forcing a woman into a car and sexually assaulting her. Apparently, Florida also gives illegals driver's licenses. Biden's open border allows violent criminals to terrorize Americans." So she got community noted for that on Twitter because people came to the defense of the state of Florida with facts. And she got community noted as readers added context, saying that Florida does not issue driver's licenses to illegals. And it includes the law and the legal code with a link. Florida also no longer recognizes driver's licenses from other states which knowingly issue them to illegal immigrants. And there's a website to a government agency and a government link. So that's great. Libs of TikTok usually does a pretty good job. They were wrong here. They got community noted, right? Should be end of story. Now, obviously, if you're DeSantis and you're the governor of Florida and you take illegal immigration and border security very seriously, as he does, he comes out on his official government Twitter feed. It might have been him. It might have been somebody in his office. He says, @Libs of TikTok got community noted for lying about Florida law, which not only prohibits illegal aliens from getting driver's licenses, but also prohibits recognition of licenses issued to illegal aliens from other states. Truth shouldn't be a casualty of attempts to generate clicks and engagement farm. So he crushes the Libs of TikTok for trying to position something that's not correct. Community Notes comes out and says, no, Libs of TikTok, you're wrong. And DeSantis comes out to defend his policies and his state as the governor. And all of the comments that I'm reading are all ripping Ron DeSantis and defending the Libs of TikTok and that Twitter account. I mean, my takeaway is I don't understand why people are jumping down the throat of DeSantis. I mean, and a lot of people that are replying are conservative or here's my big observation. I think there's a lot of people that now are still in the moment of being against DeSantis because he ran against Trump. And I think we have a divide now on DeSantis of, yeah, we really like him as the governor, but he flopped in his presidential campaign. and now we're going to kind of defend the libs of TikTok over DeSantis, which makes me think, big picture, that Ron DeSantis's brand and image on a national level to some conservatives or some Republicans is a little bit damaged right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I would like to think that most people will get behind him if he makes another run in 2028, and that's a long time away. But at the end of the day, I mean, there is a legit question of whether or not DeSantis's days are numbered in regards to once that second term as governor wraps in Florida, is he out of the national scene when it comes to politics within the Republican Party to some people? I don't know if that's absolutely the case. That's just me speculating and spitballing, but I don't understand why DeSantis is getting any blowback here. I mean, that guy is about as hardcore as it gets as a Republican, conservative, GOP political figure on keeping people out of this country that don't have a right to be here when they enter illegally. And I find it hard to believe that in Florida, of all places, which is glowing ruby red right now, the only place that delivered on the anticipated red wave of 2022, that they would be issuing driver's licenses to those who don't even have a right to be here, much less acknowledging driver's licenses if you came in illegally and entered another state and got a license and came to Florida. They don't mess around in Florida. Like, when you think law and order right now, there's nothing that exemplifies law and order more than the state of Florida right now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Texas as a distant second, maybe Georgia, a very distant third, but like Florida don't play around. So I was really surprised that Chaya tried to dunk on DeSantis, and then DeSantis comes over the top after Community Notes said she's wrong, and all he's doing is putting his little official statement out about it and moving on to more important issues. And DeSantis is the bad guy here? Come on.
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
It's weird. I mean, he's the policy guy. He's putting out policy.
Right.
It's kind of a weird matchup.
If there's one guy buttoned up on the letter of the law, say what you want about his personality, his lack of charisma, his awkwardness. But like you said, when it comes to policy, I mean, it's as Nancy Pelosi said, it's tic-tac-toe. It's ABC. It's just boom. He dots all the I's. He crosses all the T's. When it comes to the legalities of things, that guy's on point for sure with messaging and with policy. So I thought that was kind of an interesting story. All right, 7:45. We still have to get to the Don Lemon, Elon Musk stuff, amongst many other things, in a Thursday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I will get to the Don Lemon, Elon Musk stuff. But I first want to start with some of the hearings, some of the speeches that were given yesterday on Capitol Hill before the TikTok ban passed the House. It's now sitting in with the Senate. We played Nancy Pelosi earlier, but I'm going to play it again for those of you who may have just tuned in this morning. By the way, if you're not following us on Twitter, at 1210WPHT, at 1210WPHT, we tweeted out the clip this morning, if you want to see it, at 1210WPHT. Okay, Nancy Pelosi, again, a person who doesn't understand TikTok, doesn't understand social media, but decides she knows what's best for us plebes, us people of the who don't know any better. Nancy Pelosi, cut one, Phil, go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership on this very important issue, and I thank the distinguished chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee and associate myself with her remarks, as well as with Mr. Pallone's. I thank Mr. Christian Morphy and Mr. Gallagher, Chairman Gallagher of the Select Committee on China, for their great leadership, bringing this legislation forward to the Committee of Jurisdiction, legislative jurisdiction. Mr. Chair, I have a few points to make, and it's interesting to hear this respectful debate. First of all, this is not a ban on TikTok. I'm a grandmother of teenagers. I understand the entertainment value,
She understands.
the educational
That
value,
settles it.
communication value, the business value for some business on this. This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
God. I look, I understand she was trying to make a joke there, but oh my God.
How much would
it just
how much would it take for you to play at a bingo hall with Nancy Pelosi on a Friday night?
My Lord.
Pull out one of those big stampers. Yeah, no, it is an attempt to ban it, and I've gone full circle on it. I don't want it banned as much as I hate that stinking app. If you read the actual legislation, this is just a jumping off point for them to go in and get more power, more control. And that's the scary part. It's not just apps. I know we live in an app world where everything we have is on the phone and you just click the app, but it's also an attempt to ban websites.
By the way, if you haven't done so yet, please download the Odyssey app, Audacy, the Odyssey app, and listen to us streaming live. You can pause, you can rewind, hit the follow button. It's good stuff.
You can also listen on Odyssey.com if you want to pull up your old browser.
Yes, thank you.
Type it up that
Nick
way.
Kayal, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm absolutely glad you mentioned that. If you do not listen to us at work, please do so. I would like some more at work listening. I know it's hard because we're not the most at work friendly radio station. We're not Jen and Bill, you know what I mean? We're telling you what birthdays are today.
We're not playing Mariah Carey.
We're not
Christmas
playing
music.
Mariah. I understand all that. We're a little controversial, but put in some earbuds. And just because your job sucks doesn't mean the radio station you listen to has to. Not criticizing B101.
Right,
That's not what that means. That's not what that means.
Yeah.
Just saying. Do a little at-work listening.
Mm-hmm.
Odyssey, the Odyssey app, and Odyssey on the desktop. By the way, the Greater Chris on YouTube or on Twitter, Nick, on the TikTok ban, said there should be a ban on pineapple margaritas and octopus tacos.
I figured that would sit well with this audience.
I second that. I second that with your bougie. You have flip-flops on, an umbrella in your drink, octopus tacos.
Just wait till I grill some burgers today before I watch the Players' Championship, and I put those beautiful patties on a brioche bun with a little arugula.
What a hideous human being you are. All right, let's get back to these Congress people. This is Representative Robert Garcia. He's a Democrat from California, and making some sense, I believe, on this is bipartisan. There are a lot of people on both sides that are making sense on this, which is interesting. And then there's 362 that are not. But I digress. Cut to Phil Go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have enormous respect for the efforts of my colleagues to focus on security and data protection, and I share many of their concerns. But I disagree with this approach and bill that could impact 170 million Americans who use TikTok. 1/3 of all U.S. adults use the app, and millions of entrepreneurs and small business owners use the platform to support their family. And yes, just like every other social media platform, there is misinformation and privacy concerns on TikTok, and I share those. However, it's important that we don't treat TikTok differently than other platforms. If we're going to address this issue, we've got to take the same approach to all social media platforms. We can't just single out one. Now, I join many of my colleagues and the ACLU in voicing concern over the freedom of expression. Now, I'm a strong supporter of ensuring that TikTok remains an open marketplace, and there's no guarantee in this bill that there won't be an interruption of service that could lead to an end of this app. I don't think we fully appreciate the impact this is going to have, and for that, I'm a strong no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Nice work out of Mr. Garcia. I agree with that. Hasn't Been Sober makes a great point on Twitter. He says they should just pass legislation banning the sale of our data to third parties.
Well, that's what Dawn was saying.
Yes. I mean, if that's what you care about, then just do that. But no, you want to throw in all this other verbiage that goes over the head of most people. But when and here's the thing, read these legislative bills. And if you don't understand some of it, reach out to somebody that understands it, or find resources online, like, the Jonathan Turleys of the world that can kind of translate the legal jargon into a easily digestible version of it. Flat Mats on Twitter says TikTok annoys the crap out of me, but that doesn't mean it needs to be banned. Although I do tell my kids it's going to be, just to see them melt down over it. I'm going to do that to my girls later today. Hey, Daddy wants to FaceTime you. Say goodbye to that stinking app.
Do they know anything about this, Nick?
My daughters?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Good.
No.
Good. Congressman Representative Thomas Massey, who's very big on privacy and FISA and all that stuff, says the government shouldn't be able to spy on Americans without a warrant, yet they are. That's the point of all of this, as Dawn mentioned this earlier, is that they're afraid that all this information is going to China, but the government's like, we want all that information.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Spy on you.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
I know the other side is sincere, and we've not questioned that here today, and I won't question their sincerity. In fact, I think they've identified at least 3 problems that we have in America: moral decay of our society, invasion of Americans' privacy, and our competitiveness with China. But in this case, their cure is worse than the diseases. You know, there are ways to get at these root problems. We just haven't taken it upon ourselves to address those root problems with actual legislative solutions that have been put forth here in Congress. For instance, Mr. Warren Davidson's The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act would put a strong stake in the ground to protect Americans' privacy, whether it's from our own government or some foreign governments. That is the kind of thing we need. We need warrants in the FISA program. Our government shouldn't be able to spy on Americans without a warrant, yet they are. Let's bring that to the floor and vote on it. These are the kind of cures we need, not the bill that's offered here today.
Obviously, he's referring to search and seizure there with the 4th. But do you find it interesting or coincidental that this is all going down during an election year? I mean, there's been
interesting, yeah.
And the odd part of this is, so when you think about Biden and Trump doesn't want it banned, which I'm not surprised. But Trump's rationale for not wanting it banned is he fears people will then flood to Instagram and Facebook under the Meta umbrella, which, as we know, did not share the New York Post story with Hunter Biden and the laptop in 2020. So he's viewing it through that slant. And then you have Biden and his administration. Federally, they banned it on federal devices with federal employees. Yet Joe gets on TikTok for the Super Bowl, but now is saying that if it gets to his desk, he will sign the bill to ban it. So there's all sorts of people going around and around with this whole thing.
So it goes to the Senate now. How will and it's kind of a crapshoot how the Senate will vote on this. I don't think it'll actually pass the Senate. If it does, I'm guessing that this will go to the Supreme Court, right, Dawn, and then it'll probably be overturned there.
Yeah. I mean, and we talked yesterday about the state courts. It already has, where they tried to ban it in states, it didn't make it through the courts.
It was Montana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We reported that. I reported that yesterday.
Senator Kennedy was on Fox News discussing this, and
I love this guy.
How he would vote on this. He's not sure yet, but this is what he said yesterday. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
Is the former president. Listen to what he said.
There are a lot of people on TikTok that love it. There are a lot of young kids on TikTok who will go crazy without it. Without TikTok, you can make Facebook bigger. And I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people.
So we saw in the House that Republicans overwhelmingly voted in favor of this idea of a ban if it's not divested by ByteDance. But in the Senate, how much is Donald Trump driving the bus on this issue?
Well, the issue is not President Trump, and it's not even TikTok. The issue is the Communist Party of China. And as I've said before, I wouldn't turn my back on the Communist Party of China if they were 2 days dead, and you shouldn't either. TikTok is owned 100% by a Chinese company called ByteDance. And ByteDance, the Chinese company, is controlled by the Communist Party of China. And the fear, of course, is that the Communist Party of China, through ByteDance, will use TikTok to access our data, to conduct cyber espionage, to advance Communist Party of China views, to access the software on our telephones, to meddle in our elections. And some of my colleagues in the House have concluded that that's already going on, and that's why they've decided to basically slap TikTok to Pluto. Now the bill's for the Senate. My decision, my vote's going to be determined by our intelligence communities. I don't know if Senator Schumer's going to bring the bill up, but if he does, I'm going to ask him to bring our 17 intelligence agencies before us in a classified setting and tell us if these allegations are true. Now, TikTok says, well, we're storing all of the Americans' data in Texas. They call that the Texas Project. I don't care if they store the data in President Biden's basement. The issue is not where the data's stored. The issue is whether the Chinese Communist Party still has access to the data.
Okay.
So in the beginning of that clip, you saw the quote from Trump, if you're watching on YouTube, saying that kids will go crazy without it. I would add to that saying, I think they've gone crazy because of TikTok, because they spend way too much time on it. I'll tell you what. Here's the interesting point that Kennedy brings up. He wants to rely on the 17 intelligence agencies. My question back to Mr. Kennedy there would be, and what makes you believe the intelligence agencies are telling you the truth, right? I'm not wrong,
that's the thing, right?
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. But I said it last week. I think we all said it. The chances of this being banned are slim and none.
I wouldn't trust them 2 days dead.
Yeah.
In Joe Biden's basement.
Pluto.
But I think he brings up this a lot of intelligent questions as far as looking at the data, looking at your security, looking at the third-party servers, looking at the export of our data. And that's really where it's at. And so that's what they're going to find out when they talk to these so-called, different intelligence agencies. And it's important that they are behind closed doors, because then those individuals will give them very specific information that's highly technical.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they need.
Yeah.
So I think the Senate will reshape this thing.
I also think if you look at it from a 30,000-foot view, let's just call it over the last 30 plus years. Remember, pre-internet, the mainstream media controlled all the information, right? You only got what you read in your newspaper or what you saw on cable news, right? And then comes along the internet, and then comes along these chat options, and then comes along social media, which is the internet on steroids. Slowly but surely, we've all kind of moved away from mainstream media and journalism and sources, and we've gone to the internet. And then we transition from the internet to social media. And the powers that be, they don't like that, because they don't have a full stranglehold over the dissemination of opinions and sources and content. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to rein it back in so you have less ability, I believe, this is just my personal opinion, you have less ability to seek the truth.
We discussed this yesterday. The judge dismissed 6 charges. Was it 6? Yeah,
3 specifically for Trump
in the Fulton County, Georgia case for Trump. Clerical errors, and I think they might be remedied, but it's really a bad look for Fani Willis. 2 different legal perspectives that I trust. One is CNN's Ellie Honing. He calls out the screw-ups by Fani Willis after multiple charges against Donald Trump were dropped. This is Ellie Honing on CNN yesterday. Cut 4, Phil, go.
CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig joins us now. Ellie, what do you make of this?
Well, Jim, this is an undeniable setback for the district attorney. Not the entire indictment, but 6 of the 40 counts have now been dismissed. And here's why. It's important to understand. Georgia state law has this sort of unusual law that says it's a crime to solicit, to ask a public official to violate his official oath of office. And as Nick just laid out, there are 6 counts in this indictment that say Donald Trump and other defendants asked various members of the Georgia Senate and the Georgia legislature and the Georgia Secretary of State, other public officials, to violate their oaths to the Constitution by essentially swinging the election. But what the judge says here is, you prosecutors, you have to say what part of the Constitution. The judge says there are hundreds of provisions in the U.S. Constitution and in the Georgia state Constitution. And the purpose of an indictment is to give defendants notice so they know what they're defending against. And you can't just say, well, you tried to violate the Constitution. The judge says what you have to say is what specific provisions of the Constitution? What specific sections of the Constitution? That's not in the indictment. Therefore, the judge says those charges are legally unfounded, and now they're dismissed.
Translation, Fonnie Willis got her law degree from LegalZoom.com. I mean, that's basically what he's saying right there. Like, you got to give us some more context here, lady.
I mean, you have what everybody in the media was saying. This is a layup, slam dunk case. This is the case that's going to bring Trump down. And Fonnie Willis has just stepped on a rake, like Sideshow Bob, every step of the way. I mean, it is unbelievable.
Yeah,
she's terrible.
She was unzipped.
Can we play the Marvin Gaye song? Can we pull up a speech bubble of Mr. Willis, Mr. Wade looking up into the heavens?
The other voice that I take into account is Jonathan Turley. He's the Fox News analyst and a legal scholar, and this is what he said about it. Cut 5, Phil, go.
That's my favorite story, so I'm paying attention.
Good deal.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan Turley now. Professor's on the phone. What do you make of this, based on what we know?
Well, Bill, this is a very significant ruling in one respect, and that is the 6 counts include counts related to the January 2nd, 2021 call that Trump had with Georgia officials. And that call has produced a great deal of debate among many of us as to what the president meant and whether it's a viable basis for a criminal charge. What the court is saying is that you, in putting together this indictment, you went ahead and stated the crimes, but you really didn't explain in detail how Trump committed those crimes or these other defendants. And the court is saying in doing that, you didn't give them notice for them to be able to put on a defense. He's absolutely right in that respect. I mean, it was one of the objections that many of us have made to the indictment is that it's very loosely held together. I think it was a poorly crafted indictment. That doesn't mean that they can't come back and try to revive those counts, but that's going to cause a delay. If they have to come back with a superseding indictment, it's very likely that would push this beyond the election. What's also interesting about the judge's decision is he said, I'm not saying you can't use the underlying conduct to prove racketeering, which would include that call. So you can cite to it as conduct, but you don't have enough here to say that this specific crime was committed by that conduct. So he's already saying that the call can be part of the trial. So what does that leave us with? Well, it leaves us with the possibility of a delay if they want to go for a superseding indictment. But it also raises and sort of magnifies previous questions about the basis for this racketeering claim. This is a really thin soup for a racketeering claim, and it just got thinner.
You know, I think by the end of the week, as we break for the weekend, I would be stunned if Scott McAfee, the judge in this case, rules that Fonnie Willis can continue on. But I think the bigger takeaway with this is what happens when you allow a personal bias or a political agenda to taint your ability as an officer of the court. Whether it's Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, Letitia James, anybody on down the list that campaigned on getting Trump. I mean, use Robert Hur as the opposite example. Robert Hur shows almost no emotion. He's very stoic. He's just giving you the facts, and the facts. And if you do that, you'll ultimately end up being fine. You know, people are going to dislike you because you're going after one person or the other. But I mean, this is like, if you're a prosecutor, and I said this before, this is Fonnie Willis, this is Alvin Bragg, this is like their Marcia Clark, Christopher Darden moment, right? You very rarely do you get to prosecute a case against somebody like O.J. Simpson or Donald Trump. This is the kind of case that can make or break a career, and this is the kind of case you dream about getting. And you're just going to, as Greg said, this was like a layup case, according to many people, and she's just botched it 5 ways to Sunday.
Yep.
She'll probably get a TV and a book deal out of it, but...
Yeah, but think about it. We heard all this testimony as far as they're going to the cabin, they're going on all these fancy vacations. And so if you're a Democrat, let's say, or if you're somebody in Georgia right now, you're paying for all this and you're thinking, basically because Fannie Willis did not cross her T's, dot her I's, pay attention, keep her eye on the ball essentially, and do her job at the highest level in a professional manner, and basically did low quality work. That's why we're seeing this delay. And this is a real victory for Donald J. Trump.
And let me also clarify, the public perception, according to some, was that this was a slam dunk case. Take this for what it's worth, as from a guy that attended law school for all of 92 days. I don't know that it's a slam dunk case because, again, it comes down to the interpretation of that phone call. When Trump got on the phone with that Georgia state official and he said, find me 11,780 votes, it's going to come down to those jury members, assuming we get to that point, whether it's pre-election or post-election, on how those jurors interpret the meaning of that phone call and the intent behind it, right?
Yep.
So
yeah, I don't think. I know that the phone call in the vacuum sounds bad, but the truth is, you're right. And I don't think that this. I think every case against Trump, whether it ever really goes to trial, because this is good. The tactic is just delay, because we know it's all a persecution. It's a political persecution, quite frankly. And even the case with Jack Smith, I just have to wonder, with the Her report coming out, does the Her report not set a precedent that they can use? And so all of these cases, to me, are going to go away.
Yeah.
After November, no matter what happens, I actually will say that. I believe that no matter what happens, all these cases somehow just vanish.
Interesting.
One way or the other.
Even if he doesn't win?
Even if he doesn't, well, I think he will win. But
even if he doesn't win.
But I can't even say those words because I shudder to think of what we face. But the truth is,
do you think?
I think it will. To answer Greg real quick, I will. They'll all dissipate, Greg. They're all going to go away. Totally political.
Let me just throw out a hypothetical here, and I don't think that this is possible. I do think this is going to be a super close election. But if for some reason we get a result where Joe Biden wins by, quote, a bigger margin than last time, and Joe is reelected, and some of these cases continue for Trump post-election, in defeat of Trump post-election, do you think everybody's going to be dialed in and paying attention to it? Because I think most people will, if you're an ardent Trump supporter. But I also think there's a segment of the population that's just so tired of it that maybe they'll pay attention to the ultimate results. But if Joe's reelected, you're going to have so many people that are defeated. And this might sound callous to say, but I think there will be some people out there that are going to be like, whatever, I don't care. Trump can't he can't run anymore. He's out of the political game, so to speak. Some of my emotional attachment to the cases might dissipate. I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but I was thinking about, like, what will some of the American public that support Trump, and I'm not talking about the hardcore base, I'm talking about probably the people that love his policies, that don't really care for the sideshow antics. How will they feel about these cases and the outcome of these cases post-election if Trump loses? Because if he wins, he's going to have that pardon power. And I think that's the whole reason behind the delay tactics, just to get to the election.
Elon Musk and Don Lemon. The bromance is over.
This is good.
The bromance is over. So,
and by the way, if you missed the show earlier this morning at 6:03, Dawn and Greg were fighting about this.
Yeah, get on your boxing gloves, Don Stanslin. Because I think they're both horrible human beings.
They're not. Only one is.
Moral of the story: Greg hates everybody.
I
equally.
do. I absolutely do. That's the moral of the show. I just don't like people. I don't like anybody. I don't like politicians. I don't like people who talk about politics. You too. You two excluded. So, just to back up here, Don Lemon was fired from CNN for being absolutely horrible. Elon Musk comes on Twitter and says, "Hey, Don, if you want to take your show to X, we'd be more than happy to have you."
Yep. I hired Tucker. I'll hire you.
Don takes him up on it. These two work out some sort of a deal. The first episode of the Don Lemon show was supposed to be an interview with Elon Musk. Elon Musk agrees to do it. Apparently, Elon Musk didn't like the interview, so he dropped him from from the platform. Not the platform. He can still post it on X, but he's not, in X show. Yeah. So we have some of the pieces of because he ran right to CNN, of course, the network that fired him.
Oh, yeah.
CNN runs right to the network that fires him to talk about this and play clips of his show. Let's start with cut 10 here. He says that he asks Elon Musk about questioning reporters, and he basically says, the only reason I'm doing this is because you're on my platform. This is cut 10, Phil, go.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats?
I don't have to answer these questions.
The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that...
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think? Do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble, or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm criticized constantly. I could care less.
There you go.
So it sounds to me, just based on the context of that clip, that Elon was very on edge to begin with. He didn't sound like he was in a good mood, like he wanted to deal with Don Lemon. Here's my first takeaway, and I know we have more clips. There's two different things here with Elon Musk. I want people to think about this. Elon Musk is the owner of X, and he has created what he claimed initially was the restoration of free speech. I'm going to hire Tucker Carlson. So if you are a conservative or if you like right wing, you've got a show in Tucker on X. I will also, in the name of free speech, offer the same invitation to Don Lemon. So you got two complete opposite viewpoints. That's the content creator that Elon Musk, essentially, not only is he the owner of X, he's the brand manager, right?
Yes.
That's what he is.
Sure.
So if he wants to fire or cancel the Don Lemon show as the, quote, brand manager, he's got the right to do it.
Absolutely.
But it also makes him look bad if you don't want to face a tough question. I'm not sitting here defending Don Lemon, but if Don Lemon wants to ask you these questions, part of free speech is being surrounded by commentary that you either disagree with, don't like, or it makes you uncomfortable. That's the essence of free speech. You don't have to like everything that's said or that you hear, but you're not going to deplatform somebody because they had the nerve to come back at you. Like, you can't be the bully and then be mad when somebody tries to bully you back. It's a two-way street. And for too long, social media has been a one-way street. So there's part of me that says, look, Elon's got the power to do whatever the hell he wants. Mm-hmm. He owns it. But also, it makes him look a little weak if, in fact, he's canceling Don Lemon over the audacity to question him about things that he doesn't want to hear about, that puts him or his company in a negative light. Now, if he cancels Don Lemon because he thinks from a quality standpoint Don Lemon's show sucks, which it does, then I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, Don Lemon is a jerk.
Well, we know
he's
that.
He's a jerk.
Absolutely.
He's not a nice person. He's a negative energy person. And Elon Musk found that out firsthand. Elon Musk is saying something that I've said all the time, that there's a myth. There's a myth. You know, there are a couple myths. You know the myth where they say, in an undercover operation, a cop has to tell you they're a cop. That's a myth, right? We know this from reporting and doing all those undercover stings with police. And there's this bizarre myth. Oh, that cop has to tell you they're a cop. No, they actually don't in those undercover stings when they're working undercover.
That's how they get you.
And there's the myth that you have to, no matter who you are, you have to answer the reporter's question in the way they've worded it. And no, you don't. It's the same kind. It reminds me of the same thing. So Elon Musk, he is saying, Don, that's in the context of Don just going after him with the same question over and over and over and over and wording things in a certain way. And Elon's like, finally he's like, Don, I don't have to answer that.
But why not then, if you're Elon Musk, just say, I didn't really like this interview, like, I don't want to do this again, or please don't air this. Why cancel him completely?
Because he's a jerk.
Okay. They're all jerks, Don. Like, they're all jerks.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Who?
Don Lemon, Chris Cuomo, Tucker Carlson, they're all jerks. They are.
No, I think that Chris Cuomo...
Just because you don't agree with somebody doesn't mean that they're not... You know what I mean?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I think that Chris Cuomo he gives good broadcast. He gives good television. Same with Tucker Carlson. I think that they're effective, extremely effective broadcasters who bring something to the plate. Don Lemon, look at him. Negative energy, low energy, and he's just nasty.
Then why did he agree? I mean, We all know that.
Well, Lemon's claiming that there were no restrictions on the interview that Elon Musk willingly agreed to. And Lemon goes on to say, I've got his post here on X after the cancellation. He says that Elon Musk said that he had his full support and that this was a digital town square for all. But here's the other thing, too. Let's think about this employee-employer relationship as well. So you can position it as free speech, but if you're kind of going after technically your boss, which is what Elon Musk is right now to Don Lemon on that platform itself, I mean, again, like 1210 is free speech, but it doesn't mean that I can just say whatever the heck I want without consequence. Like, that's the thing I think people don't understand. Like, everybody just thinks that free speech is just, I can just say whatever the hell I want and never face the music for it. So, like, you can't walk into a movie theater and shout fire, right? You can't do that. Free speech is something that, you're granted that the government can't censor, but employers can. Like, I think we all lost sight of this as well. As ridiculous as it was that people were censored on Facebook or Twitter during the pandemic, Facebook and Twitter are private companies. As much as you hate it, they still legally had the right to do it.
I still don't understand. Don Lemon has been a D-bag and a jerk his entire career, as Don says, which I agree with. He's a horrible, horrible interviewer. He's bad at his job. He's very bad at his job. Elon Musk, I'm sure, knew that. So why even extend the offer to him? You know what I mean?
To make it seem like he's making Twitter a true two-way street and a level playing field for all, as he claimed the digital town square for all.
But he's not, though. He's free speech for for Elon Musk and nobody else. Well, that's the truth.
But I also think too that Elon Musk has become this Republican. We all worship him because of what he did for X. But let's not forget, Elon Musk is also a climate nut job. He's a lot like RFK. He's no darling of the right. He just brought back a level playing field initially, or under the guise of a level playing field for Twitter. But here's the thing too, and this is where I would crush Don Lemon. It is, and I'm not making, don't take this the wrong way for people from TV. I think being on talk radio and doing 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day, or in your case, 6 hours a day, 15, 20, 25, 30 hours a week takes far more talent. It's a different skill set, but I think it's more raw. It's not as scripted. I mean, I have a plan here. I have a show sheet. I have stories, but I'm not reading things verbatim. And that's a skill set as well. The teleprompter, you've talked about Jesse Waters getting better on the prompter and being a skill. But Don Lemon, I think if his show lasted more than just this debut episode, I think he would be exposed. Because he's not going to have 14 producers like he had at CNN. He's not going to have somebody in his ear. He's going to have a very small circle of people helping him for this show that he probably has to pay out of pocket. And I think over time, Don Lemon, the talent, would be exposed. Because it's not like being on CNN for one. I can't, I always say this as well. I know I'm going on a tangent here, but I always say I have no interest in TV. You know what? Let me get on TV and read from a prompter and make $3.5 million to work 60 minutes a day. I think that would be so easy compared to what we do as talk show hosts.
It's so nice to be on a show with two people who don't care about being on TV. I just feel like so many talk show hosts use this as their stepping stone to TV gigs. I'm not naming any names.
No, I have no interest really in TV. Unless I had full reign.
Some of them have gotten them.
Oh.
Well, I've already done that,
Been there, done that.
Been there, done that, baby. I would say this, and this is personal for me. So I've witnessed Don in action when he worked for a local station here.
Oh, that's right.
Out in the field.
Yep.
And so, and forgive me if you've heard the story before, but one in particular has always bothered me, and that was, and this was years ago. It was Rittenhouse Square, and this woman, a senior citizen. There was a person who was a serial rapist, and it was weird. And he would break into women's homes, follow them from the grocery store, tie them up, and assault them. And it was really sick. It was nasty. It was horrifying. And the city was gripped by this as police tried to find the suspect. And so we were outside, doing the story because we knew it was in the general vicinity. And this Man, I will say he was like 80 years old at the time. And he comes out and he goes, "Please don't stand right here because our friend who's in this building, this happened to her." And he was traumatized. He was upset for her. And he personally knew her. And Don came up and just, "You effing old, blah, 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 blah." He was so nasty to this man, who was just a nice, sweet, dear man. And that's Don Lemon.
Yeah.
He is just, when I say nasty, unprofessional, he's just nasty to the point of evil. And I'm glad that Elon Musk saw that in him. This is beyond free speech and all this and that. Did he get under Elon's skin, asking him about his alleged ketamine use, whatever?
He asked him about that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Don Lemon was nasty. He thought, I'm going to use you to make, to Greg's point. He was going to use this as a stepping stone to do a big famous gotcha interview with Elon.
Or he was trying to really test Elon's ability of free speech acceptance.
And Elon's like, dude, I was just trying to give you an opportunity. I'm being nice to, I gave you a job when you were fired because you're an a-hole and not talented. And Elon's like, hey, I gave you an opportunity here and I'm just trying to be nice. And Don Lemon was just nasty to him. And you know what? I believe in karma. And what he did, what he did on so many occasions, and we all heard about him, how he was nasty just to everyday citizens who he just stepped on.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
All right, let's play the let's play the Don Lemon asking Elon Musk about his drug use. This was aired on Aaron Burnett's show last night because, of course, he ran right to CNN. Cut 16, Phil, go.
You talk about your ketamine use and depression. You also have said, and
the reason I should say, the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Very civil conversation, but that is where it got very personal.
Well, it got personal, but I didn't put that out there. He has spoken very freely about his use of, those are prescription drugs, but about his use of ketamine. I would not have brought it up if it was...
on X, he posted it.
He posted it.
Yeah.
And so I would not have brought it up because that's someone's personal information. So I asked him about it. Also, it's no secret. His drug use, or alleged drug use, I should say, has been extensively written about it by very credible news organizations like the Wall Street Journal. And I asked him that, and he said, listen, I have not read the Wall Street Journal. I don't read the Wall Street Journal. If I don't have time to read about everything that people write about me, I would never get anything done. But also, if we remember, on Joe Rogan, he took a puff of marijuana, right? And he said it was just a joke and I only took one puff. Elon Musk is responsible for satellites, for Starlink. He's responsible for Tesla. He's responsible for a number of different companies in the stock market. Yep. And I think that it is important for people to understand his mindset, whether he's using drugs illegally or not, and even if the ones using, that's
one
supposed
of the
to be
most powerful people on the planet.
But that's what he's one. But ones that he's supposed to be, that he is using prescription-wise, that he's following a doctor's orders under that. Yeah. But yes, he's one of the most consequential people to the planet, and that was one reason why I was attracted to X.
Right.
So my question is that if he clearly doesn't like Elon Musk. Elon Musk clearly doesn't like him.
Yep.
Why did this marriage even get off the ground?
Both thought they could benefit from it.
Because Elon Musk, he requested the interview, and he's on the platform, and Elon Musk assumed that this was a nice gesture. So all you have to do is be polite and be nice. And Lemon could have said this. Elon, I know that earlier this year NASA had come out and said, after that Joe Rogan episode, NASA said they found no evidence at all that you ever had any drug use or anything of that nature. That was, even though you agreed to drug testing if they were concerned, et cetera, et cetera. But can you talk about battling depression? It's the way that you word something, particularly if you're interviewing, your boss, who gave you, quite frankly, an opportunity. Why not just be gracious and go, hey, man, I was down and out. I was fired, even though I had a big job that I didn't deserve and I made a lot of money, but I was out on the beach, literally, with my little friend. And so, I appreciate the opportunity, man. Thank you.
My little friend.
Or his husband. I forget if
yeah.
they're married or not. That's why I said that. But he was out on the beach with his loved one, his spouse, and he had no job. He
Yeah.
was fired, and for good reason. He
Right.
had low ratings, low energy. For me personally, because I personally have witnessed Don in action, really negative energy, and he's done some nasty things that I won't get into. But I just feel like karma is a B, and he got karma.
I would criticize both of them in two separate regards. Lemon making it an issue almost there, the way he positioned. Oh, well, he took the hit of a joint on the Joe Rogan podcast. Smoking, and I don't use marijuana, but smoking weed and then allegations of hard drug use are completely different things here. But then Musk says in his rebuttal to Don Lemon that basically the show, and this was the reason why he axed his partnership, he says, the show with Don Lemon was basically just CNN, but on social media. To which I would say, well, Elon, what did you think you were getting? A Fox News show? You think Don Lemon all of a sudden is going to change the way he does his show? You kind of knew what you signed up for with Don Lemon. So, I mean, come on, man.
Well,
don't be
I
surprised.
think, like I always say, in my house, you do not have free speech in my house. We want to talk about free speech. And so you just learn that when you're not nice to the boss, it's his house.
He goes on to say...
So it's not free speech then?
Well,
It's not. I mean, you can't sit here and claim that you're the bastion of free speech if
it has nothing to... Okay.
You hire somebody you don't like the interview and say, okay, I'm done with this.
Yeah, if I'm the boss and I realize, oh, this guy is a nasty, evil individual, and I have the power to say, yeah, I have
do a little homework.
People
Then do a
lined
little
up.
homework on that individual before you hire them or whatever their
He gave him a chance.
relationship
He
was.
gave him a chance, and guess what? Don Lemon blew it.
A source added to the New York Post that Elon Musk was, quote, underwhelmed at the end of the show and canned it after realizing, quote, how bad it was, saying, quote, Don was underwhelming, unprepared, and dull.
Yeah.
But that's Don Lemon. That's Don Lemon's career. Why would it be any different if he's on X? That's what I don't understand. If you watch Don Lemon for 10 seconds, you know that he's dull, boring, unprepared, and quite frankly, stupid. He asked about the meeting with Trump. Remember, there was news reports that Don Lemon asked Elon Musk about his meeting with Trump because there was reports that the two had lunch together or dinner together or something. He asked him about this. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
You recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
What did you discuss?
Let's just say he did most of the talking.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his legal bills?
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone because you've been.
Let me say I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning.
You know, what's interesting is Elon in 2020, he's on record saying he voted for Joe Biden. I think it's I don't think he would vote for Joe again this time. I think Elon actually, there's a part of him that would like to vote for Trump, but I don't think he will. I think he's going to vote for RFK, is my guess, if I had to guess.
I would agree with you, too.
Now, there's also this story that, speaking of Trump and Elon Musk, that Trump asked Elon Musk if he wanted to buy Truth Social, which, if I'm Elon Musk, I'm obviously probably not interested in that. I spent $44 billion on X. I've lost $22 billion. And then Trump is probably trying to cash out on Truth Social amidst, what, I don't know what the number is anymore. Between E. Jean Carroll and Letitia James, you're in the 400+ million. So, and I take him at face value there. I mean, let's face it, Trump talks a lot, and Elon Musk is painful to listen to. So I would think Trump probably dominated that conversation.
But, this interview with Don Lemon sounds more...
Did it sound like an interrogation?
You took the word right out of my mouth.
It does, doesn't it?
It sounds like Don Lemon... It sounds like Elon Musk is on the stand, and you're kind of like...
Yes.
Man, first of all, as an interviewer, you usually try to, get somebody to talk, get somebody to open up. You never ask a yes or no question. That's a total no-no. Try to ask a provocative question, an open-ended question, and say, can you share, and even so when he says, what'd you talk about? clearly Elon does not want to, just blab. So just say, well, is there anything that you can share, maybe not the exact words, is there anything you can share of your thoughts about the demeanor of the conversation, how it went, how you felt afterwards?
Or
ask
try to
those
be
kinds of
try to be a
questions.
little conversational.
Yeah.
Be
Like, it's just-
relatable.
yeah.
Show a little person. Maybe
There's
he
no
doesn't-
personality.
Maybe he
It's
has
just
no
like,
personality.
What about this? What about that?
But it was
It
like a prosecutor with a cross examination.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Keith Martin, who is watching us on his widescreen computer monitor
Keith.
at work. So thank you,
Woohoo.
Keith. So,
Yeah, but see, he took a picture of Don Lemon, though.
YouTube.com.
Picture of us, Keith.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to watch the fun and exciting things that we do here.
Got a lot
every
of money
morning
in front of him,
Florida.
too, by the way.
I know.
See that?
Yeah. I don't know what he
Laminated
does.
bills.
I don't know what he does there, but yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to follow and subscribe. That would be great. So Don Lemon, a little bit more on Don Lemon opening up about being spurned by Elon Musk, because of course he runs right to CNN and Aaron Burnett, the company that showed him the door. I'm going to do cut 14. Phil, go.
You're leading.
The trademark laugh there, which, by the way, in the context of the contract is canceled 24 hours after that interview, it just shows there was a lot of back and forth and give and take. What did you take away from his comments on politics?
Well, he says he's not going to endorse anyone now, but he may do it later. He says he's not going to give money to anyone now, but he may do it later. You never know with him. He may, be endorsing someone now on the platform. But, what's interesting to me in all of that and all these questions that, about what people are asking me, what I asked Elon, what happened, what did I do?
Yep.
During the course of that interview, I never raised my voice. I told him, I think this is important for people to hear.
He's so effective.
Especially considering how the type of discourse that we're having in the country right now. And he supposedly says this is a public square for all. Maybe we're learning that a public square should not be privately owned.
No, maybe you're learning being evil and
doesn't think that
nasty
there should
comes
be any
back
moderation
to
on
bite
that
you in the
platform.
butt.
So it was interesting because at the end, I could tell that he was upset and he was uncomfortable. It was tense. And I said, listen, I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. As a matter of fact, I would go and have a beer and hash these things out. You and I do not disagree. You and I do not agree on much.
Yeah.
But I will fight for your right to be able to say what you want to say. That's what freedom of speech means to me.
And 24 hours later, then.
And 24 hours later,
the
it
text
means
comes.
freedom of speech does not mean, I guess, the same thing to him
No.
as it does to
Wrong.
me.
Contract is canceled. Don, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Don.
So how long until Don Lemon has a new show on CNN?
Please.
My God. By the way, I've got some tweets about saying we should pull the clip of Don Lemon going off about being anti-free speech from a few years ago. So it's also a very interesting. Don Lemon seems to flip. Remember the clip that we played for you? I don't know when it was on this show, but the clip itself was from Don Lemon like 2012, 2013, where he's going on this like dissertation about marginalized communities. And he's like, well, you should probably pull up your pants in public and stuff like that.
Yes.
And then you played the clip of Don Lemon post George Floyd, and it's like two completely different guys.
Yep.
Guy is such a chameleon.
My phone's blowing up with, friends, former colleagues. It's just he was showing his true colors to the wrong person.
Yeah.
And finally it caught up with him.
Yeah, Raymond Sessman sends me a tweet. I swear people only hear what they want to hear, or they just can't process what they're hearing. Maybe I do talk too much. Maybe I'll just talk less so everybody can interpret what I'm saying. He says, yelling fire isn't political or religious speech. I never said it was. Nope. He said it would never be covered by the First Amendment. Stop using this as an example. I'm telling you, you can't do that and not expect to have some repercussions when you do so. Raymond.
Oh, boy. God, this is why I need to filter
This
the
is why I don't look at the YouTube chat. Like Tony Bruno yesterday mid rant, and he starts reading comments.
One more if we can, and then we can break. About being canceled from X. This is what he said, kind of going through the timeline of how this all happened. This is cut. What cut is this, Phil? I'm sorry. There's so many here. Cut 12 here. Go.
This is the culmination. He had actively courted you to come on. One of his tweets: have you considered doing your show on this platform? Maybe worth a try. Audience is much bigger. It had been public. Then you had reached a deal. I'll talk about that later. Then he texts 24 hours after this 90-minute long interview, which is the first of your show launching. He says, contract is canceled. What happened?
First of all, it's good to see you, Aaron. Thank you for having me on.
You think he's
Aaron?
Quite frankly, what happened? I don't know. As I said in my statement, I felt really good about the interview. I said to him as we were doing the interview, and it was tense at moments, but you've been involved in tense interviews.
Quite tense.
I said to him, I think it's good that people see folks like you and I who have different worldviews come together and talk, as he says, have free speech. Free speech is only important when someone you don't like, or I would say someone who doesn't have your same point of view, or someone is, if they're allowed to speak freely and to say their point of view. Apparently that doesn't matter to Elon Musk. It's just for maybe talking points for him or rhetoric, because it doesn't seem to matter when it's about him, questions about him from people like me.
All right.
Wow. These two, Aaron Burnett. Think about this for a second.
Yeah.
You're the executive producer of the Aaron Burnett Show, and you say, hey, what do you think about getting Don Lemon on the show? And Aaron Burnett says, well, he's kind of a sexist, and I'm glad he was fired, but you know what? I could use a little
boost,
from my audience of 122,000.
Yeah. Well, why don't they get Tubin on there just to do the trifecta?
Yeah, Tubin's on a Zoom right now. By the way, great tweet from the greater Chris. He says, this is a phenomenal tweet. Ann Coulter and Don Lemon are drowning in a pineapple margarita pool. You can only save one. Go. I said, I feel for the pineapple margarita.
Who would? That's a great question, Dawn. Please answer. Two of them are drowning. You can only save one. Which one would it be?
I would yell to Ann Coulter, and apologize to Stocker and Zioli, and I'll save you.
You are dead to me, Ann.
Wow.
But I hate Don.
But as long as she would just get her head above water. Come on, let me hear you. Just apologize. All right, I'm going to save you.
Pineapple margarita pool. Nothing gets by this audience.
Nothing.
Well, sometimes it gets by people because they hear what they want to hear. But other than that, nothing gets by people.
All right. We
That was
spent a lot of time.
you.
Yeah.
Wow.
There we go.
And you got plenty left over probably still.
I do.
All right, we will come back, get to Dawn's Big Three to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour, and we will do that next. And then still ahead in the 9 o'clock hour, poor Generation Z. Remember I always tell you that they really love to seek out being the victim? Polling and data and responses in surveys proves my point. The details coming up. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, you've heard me talk over the years about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done to make my home more beautiful and more energy efficient. And you know by now, if I needed more windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman family team. But you may not think of them right away. Well, I hope you do. But if you don't, for stucco remediation or siding, I would trust nobody else for this important investment in your home. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or maybe removing that old stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman and think James Hardy plank, so gorgeous, or the vinyl siding. It'll add value to your home, of course, and beauty. So you want to get the ball rolling for that kind of project for this year. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. If you or maybe somebody you know looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters with the stunning hardware choices, the list goes on and on. You can take a virtual tour and see their before and after photos at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. You can text or call. They're listening right now. They're local. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Not all water heaters are made equally. Some can be temperamental. Some can be unreliable and don't even think about what happens if you have neighbors downstairs.
Why is it raining inside my apartment?
Not with a Navien tankless water heater. You'll never run out of hot water. You only heat water when you need it, saving you tons in utility costs. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From PassItOn.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the time of year to enjoy your life. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who are reclaiming their mobility. Live your best life this spring and summer. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company rolling on live, 8:45 Thursday morning. Still ahead on the program. CNN now issuing an apology to Katie Britt over falsehoods and bogus claims.
Good.
Boy, rough stretch. You know, you have Don Lemon on with Aaron Burnett. You have the CNN RFK Aaron Rodgers story from 11 years ago. And now they have to apologize over Katie Britt. We'll give you that story coming up in a little bit. Also, some stories on Gen Z. And where do you hear this story of a Maryland chief equity officer was the officer. Another made-up position. Wants the United States to burn to the ground because her ideologies can rise from the ashes. A lot of sick people out there. Yeah. We're going to get to this story coming up in a little bit, but let's get to the news. Round number 3, 8:46. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Updating you on a story we've talked about, the parents of 16-year-old Missouri girl who was viciously beaten and then left to die on the pavement last week. The parents of this 16-year-old girl are speaking out, saying today they remain hopeful that she hopefully will make a full recovery, thanking the public for the outpouring of support. And this, as a couple of GoFundMe pages have been set up to help pay for the expenses of her hospitalization. Kaylee Gain is the 16-year-old we're talking about. She's still in critical condition, and doctors say possibly suffering brain damage after her head was smashed into the concrete during that caught-on-camera brawl right near her high school, Hazelwood East High School, that happened recently. So we had talked about this yesterday.
Oh, this is the Missouri story.
This is the Missouri story.
Yep.
You talked about it yesterday. Greg played the video. It's tough to watch. The family just is saying that they're grateful. These doctors have saved her life and working around the clock, but they really won't know the extent of the brain damage or if she can fully recover until she wakes up. So she's
sad.
still in this coma.
I mean, it is next level rage.
And I heard the lawyer wants to charge that sick animal who did this as an adult, right?
Yeah, the Missouri Attorney General. Yeah. Have we heard what the local prosecutor is going for? Because the Attorney General in Missouri is different from the local precinct that would prosecute this crime, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think part of it is there's this debate over how to charge juvenile suspects, because it's caught on tape.
Yep.
I mean, there's no question as to who did this to her and the violent nature of it.
And just my own opinion is assuming that the suspect here does not have any mental faculties. She's not mildly dealing with any sort of disability. If she's a normal functioning 15-year-old, she should absolutely be charged as an adult.
She got her head slammed into the concrete like she did to this poor girl.
Soccer believes in an eye for an eye.
I do. I absolutely do. I just this is a horrific story. The video is horrific, and I can't say enough horrible things about society.
Yep.
And the fact that nobody anywhere right now, nobody's calling this racial.
No.
And the
Jesus, I can't even watch this.
And the bigger girl, who, by the way, appears to be wearing, I know her sweater's kind of pulled up, but is she wearing a kind of a parochial school uniform? Because it looks like a plaid skirt.
I couldn't tell.
Phil, if you can run it again.
If we could go back.
Oh, yes, she is.
So that looks like a parochial school uniform to me.
Somebody brought this up yesterday. What, if any, culpability does the person filming this have?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I went off this morning about students showing up at rallies. Like, they all want to rally and protest and everything, which is you're right. But, like, all we do is film this stuff.
I know.
And granted, there's a positive to this because now we have the evidence and, the old adage, the film doesn't lie. But, like, come on.
It looks to me from, like, all these people just standing around.
Yes.
It looks to me like it's a guy filming it.
And I'm not, when there's shootings going on, I'm not saying jump in front of a bullet. But, like, when we're talking about, like, school fights, can somebody actually intervene, maybe?
I know.
Instead of,
they should have taken,
Apple phone.
Whoever was filming that should have taken their size 10 boot and kick that girl in the head.
Yeah, this is somebody just get in there and tackle them or jump in. I mean, my God. Especially if you're a man. Like, if you're another female, I get it. You don't want to get involved. But, like, if you're a dude and you're 6 feet, 200 pounds, get in there and break up the cat fight.
And as well, it's important to point out, I know you just played it, but for those of you who are not watching on YouTube, the 15-year-old girl who now is in custody. So the question she's making her way through the courts, but she is in custody facing very serious charges. but you see the attacker
Yeah.
not once, not twice. It's at least 3 times. Lift up the victim, lift her shoulders. Her skull is crashed, smashed. She actually, her skull was physically, oh my gosh. And so you had to have heard that, the crunch of that skull on the concrete, and she can over and over and over.
And it only takes one
Yes.
for her to be out cold.
And the 15-year-old charge, you can see the attacker is much larger than the smaller white girl.
Yep.
And she just has to lift the victim by the shoulders, slams her head back down, lifts her again, slams her. So this is purposeful. It's not like, oh, we fell, we fell together or something. That's not what this is.
There's a culture in this country that is okay with this type of violence, and I don't know how we they resort to it.
It's not punches anymore. It's the head slamming.
Exactly. This isn't like a last ditch effort. Oh my God, my life is being threatened. This is the last thing I can do. This is obviously, we don't know what led up to this, but nothing deserves that.
Right.
And this is a lot of people's instant reaction is to go after somebody and beat them until they're dead.
Yeah.
And I don't know what do we do about that?
Back in my day, 25 years ago, when we had these fights, somebody would get the upper hand, and once it was obvious that one guy beat the crap out of the other guy, you would jump in. All right, that's it, right? You're like a referee in a boxing match, right? You're not going to just go above and beyond. But like nowadays, it's just...
It's a culture problem. It really is. Yeah. It is just something really needs to be done about it, and the disregard for human life, I think, is just... I don't know how we get past it.
Yep. You're right.
And then the need for everybody to stand around and film it. Not to the same degree, but we played that video the other day from spring break of those 3 girls going at it where they're whipping
that girl's wig flew off.
Ripping their hair off.
Yep.
That didn't obviously escalate to this.
Right.
But everybody stood around and filmed it.
Because we want to get a viral moment so that we can get likes on our Instagram.
Disgusting.
So as we continue here on our Big Three, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group, we do have another cockfighting ring that has been broken up, cockfighting operation, and this one discovered in Atlantic County. So 50 people have been charged by police. Body camera footage released by Galloway Township Police showing what was left of this illegal cockfighting operation there on South Bremen Avenue, and 50 roosters. So you had 50 people and 50 of these roosters, these cocks, found in carrier bags, boxes, all over the place, in some of them in pretty horrifying conditions. And so the police are all over the situation. Say some cases of blades were found that were attached to the birds, and that's a common tool, I guess, used in these kinds of fights.
Wow.
So they got about $40,000 in cash as well. And the homeowner, Jose Madera, arrested and charged with animal cruelty, possession of a controlled substance, as well as destroying evidence.
Wow.
Yeah. Because, again, in some cultures, stuff like this is okay. Just saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
What do you like better, Greg? A cat fight or a big cockfight?
I like I don't want to see any kind of fighting. I'm an animal.
He's a lover.
I'm an animal lover. So anything from roosters to cocks to cats to dogs, I don't want anything fighting. Nothing.
And just 3 weeks ago, we told you about investigators breaking up that Bucks County cockfighting operation in Plumstead Township, seizing dozens of the roosters and at least. How many people were? I think 2 more people were charged in connection to that ring.
And
that's the update.
What do they do? Bet on it? They put 2 roosters or cocks in the ring, and then they fight, and then they bet on who wins. Right?
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can parlay it with the Eagles.
Do they? Do they at least eat them afterwards, or do they just? You know what I mean? I don't know. Chicken, rooster. Has anyone ever had rooster?
No. But if they put it in a taco, I'll try it.
But I'm bummed.
Pineapple margaritas and rooster tacos, baby.
We have to break, Don.
So number 3 in our big 3.
No, we have to break. I'm sorry, love.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay, let me do our sponsor, Piazza Auto Group. Power meets innovation and design in the 2024 Acura model lineup. Get special financing, 1.9% APR, 36 months, new MDX, RDX, and Integra. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, Westchester, or piazzaacura.com today.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Some Gen Z stories, and wait till you hear what the Maryland City Equity official says she hopes happens to our great nation. Fourth hour is next.
78 degrees today, above normal, but it feels good to get out and do the things you love to do. If that pain in your joints is keeping you from doing everything as far as getting outdoors, going golfing, working in the yard, please call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It is a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've known about this for decades, and that's what they've been doing. Now this life-changing treatment is available to you, to me, to all of us, which is awesome. You can walk, run, climb the stairs. You feel like you've recaptured your youth, your energy, and your health. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who have reclaimed their mobility. You need to join them now. Take action. Live your best life this spring and summer. Just call QC Kinetics. Get that free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Gerhardt's Luxury for Less sale is going on now, and there's never been a better time to elevate your kitchen with Monogram appliances. Introducing the new, reimagined, reinvented, and award-winning Monogram range. Discover the redefined world of luxury, one detail at a time, at Gerhardt's Monogram Experience showrooms. And for a limited time, you can receive up to 3 free Monogram appliances during Gerhardt's Luxury for Less Red Tag Sales Event.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com. Business owners own a custom designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
die. But that'd change if she ever found out about you and I. Oh, but her love is cold. It wouldn't hurt her if she didn't know. 'Cause when it gets too much, I need to feel your touch. I'm gonna run to you.
Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour, off and running here on this beautiful Thursday. Feels like open toe sandal season. I'm just saying.
No, just stop.
I'm just saying.
You've already lost your man card today with your...
Can I win it back tomorrow, though? Or
Absolutely.
Am I done for the week? Fresh slate Monday? Tabula rasa? All right, 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in less than 20 minutes. Also, what's on the cut sheet part due. I want to get to some stuff here with Gen Z and also with progressives. I love both of these stories equally. But we'll start with, you know what? Let me put the Gen Z on the back burner for a couple. Let me start with this progressive story. So, Maryland city equity official says that she wants the U.S. to burn to the ground because my ideology can rise from the ashes. This is a fascinating story out of College Park, Maryland, as they hired a racial equity leader to spearhead its mission to eliminate, wait for it, systemic racism in its departments, who has made statements defending violence. We just got done talking about the rage and the violence in that Missouri fight between two teenagers and promoting the idea of a revolution against the United States. Kaylee Elise Carter, who supports black liberation through revolutionary means.
Cool.
Yeah.
Man.
This is going to be an uplifting story.
Oh, boy.
But I've got some big takeaways on this whole progressive movement as well. Said that she is working with some activists to plan, quote, how we will eat and live and grow after we burn it all down. Another person that hates America, right? In a position as the racial equity officer, which I'm sure she is being compensated very well, because these DEI jobs that we talked about in the past, we've given you the salaries of some of these people, especially at institutions that are making six figures with ease, $250,000 a pop for generating no revenue is a hell of a life to live. And she works under former Mayor Patrick L. Wohajian, who resigned from office after he was arrested for child pornography. And you can see the actual picture on her social media feed. The story's on foxnews.com if you want to read it. And the post came from May 31st of 2020. And she says, and this is Kayla, the racial diversity equity officer, today I co-hosted an occupied space with dozens of people who have committed their lives, businesses, and money to black liberation on all days, every day, each day, light workers, already planning and been planning for how we will eat and live and grow after we burn it all down. You know, I've mentioned my my wife's uncle in the past, who is part Bernie Sanders, part Alex Jones. He's like super left on some issues and super right on other issues. And I always battle with him on his super left progressive beliefs. He talks about healthcare and things like that. And I always say, I'm like, Jim, where's the progress with this progressive movement? Because like I see this lady here and I can just feel the hatred for all things America coming through every post as she tweeted this. This was obviously right around about a week after, you know, the George Floyd debacle in what was that, May 25th, I think, of 2020. So here's my question to all the progressives out there. Not assuming that we have many progressives that listen to the show, but generally speaking, where's the progress in the last 3 or 4 years? Because from what I gather and what I observe and what the research shows me is we are seeing under these progressive politicians and these bogus positions of equity leaders and diversity officers and the manager of inclusion and all this other stuff, it is not very inclusive. In fact, it shuns a certain segment of the population right from Jump Street, right off the top. You eliminate certain people. And then as far as progress, especially in these cities like Philadelphia or Chicago, the Bay Area, Portland, Oregon, Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia, you name it, we hear about all this progress. Yet when we're looking at the inner cities that have turned into decaying urban hellholes, Kensington, places like that, and even places that aren't dealing with so much with drugs like Kensington, but you look at some of these cities that are dealing with unbelievable levels of crime and hardcore violence, shootings, aggravated assaults, you name it, looting, rioting. We just gave you the story in Pittsburgh, how certain issues, the police aren't going to respond. We're going to go with a bare bones skeleton crew from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., which, I think most people realize a lot of terrible crime happens well past midnight. I think my dad once told me nothing good happens after 2 a.m., so I better not catch you out after 2 a.m. because it's probably not going to end well for you with the law or when you get home in my house. So I would just challenge progressives. Where's your progress? Because all I see is cities getting worse, businesses closing down, corporations packing up and leaving. And then when you look at these progressive politicians that claim they're creating progress and we're going to have strides for the marginalized community, everywhere AOC goes in her district, she gets booed. Have you ever noticed that? Mm-hmm. She's at these speaking engagements and she's being heckled by what is supposed to be her base. So you think that people would be like, cheering and hooting and hollering like they do for Trump or anybody else that goes into their backyard where, your entire base exists. I just don't see the progress. So you look at this Maryland official, we're going to burn it all down. That's exactly what they are doing. And elections have consequences. Now, I'm not expecting progressives to ever vote Republican. But I'll just take this small victory. I would just say, get away from these left-wing progressive nut jobs that only want to make it worse for you. Because, by the way, the AOCs, the Stacey Abrams, the Squad Dems, all of these people, when they defund the police in your community, it's okay because they don't have to deal with the fact that the police aren't coming because they don't live in your community. They're making a ton of money. They're living in gated communities. And oh, by the way, they are being they take the approach of hiring private security. So it's like, oh, yeah, we care for you. Well, and I've seen so many of these videos where, Fox News or even other outlets go into these areas and they speak to these people. And these people are like, no, we need more police. We don't need less. If you live in the projects or public housing or anything like that, a majority of these people that are law-abiding citizens, now the ones that are committing crimes probably don't want any cops around because they want to continue doing illegal things. But those that are just, unfortunately live in this spot with children that have to walk home from school, they don't want to be dealing with shootings and their kids being caught by a stray bullet. So I just don't see the progress of progressives. I'm just hoping that in cities like Philadelphia, where Democrats outnumber Republicans 7-1 with registered voters, that you just get away from the progressives. Like if you're going to vote for a moderate or a liberal Dem, I might disagree with their policies, but at least they're not complete egomaniacal nut jobs that just want to burn the infrastructure of a city to the ground like this lady. By the way, how long do you think Miss Carter lasts as the racial equity leader for College Park, Maryland? How soon do we find out that she's a fraud? She plagiarized this. Her resume's bogus. And, this will end up like another Harvard situation, right?
Yeah.
So these people, I don't see where the good comes from because all they seem to do is show up ticked off at the world. And look at the Squad Dems, by the way. Have you ever seen any of them smile? They are just the angriest collection of people that I've ever seen. So I wanted to share that story. And then I have said on this show many times, it is very easy to say you're the victim. It's easier to claim victimhood than to rise up from challenges and attack adversity. I thought this was a very interesting study and results from this survey. The latest Gallup poll, the number of Gen Zers who say they are not straight has doubled to 22%. And 1 in 5 women under 27 are bisexual. Now, I think this is interesting.
1 in what?
1 in 5.
1 in 5 women under what?
Under 27.
Are bisexual.
1
in 5.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Now, there were 12,000 Americans that were asked these questions as to how you identify under the moniker of LGBTQ+.
Yeah.
Are you a lesbian? 1.2% of U.S. adults said yes. Are you gay? 1.4% said yes. Bisexual, 4.4%. Transgender, pansexual, asexual, all these other classifications. And it rises up to a total of, if you are a female and you are LGBTQ, you are in a group of about 8.5% of Americans. Now, if you are LGBTQ as a man, that only represents about 4.7% of men. But there is an interesting quote here.
What?
What's the comment?
No, I can't read it on air, but
really?
91 LSXer, you are on fire today. And I agree with everything you're saying. Sorry, go on.
So there's an interesting comment here from Dr. Erica Anderson. She's a psychologist who specializes in counseling transgender youth through transition, and she believes that there's a strong desire to belong to an oppressed identity, and that might be at play. Quote, great empathy for the oppressed strangely inclines some to identify with marginalized groups. This is a more scientific, medical professional way of saying what I've been saying, that people, I think we're having a mental, like if you're gay or you're lesbian, I don't think that's a mental health breakdown. But if you're a guy and you think that you were meant to be a female, in my personal opinion, something's wrong in your brain, right? Because there's only two genders. You're a guy or you're a girl. There's no in between. No matter what you do, no matter what you try to tell me, I'm just not going to play along. I'll respect you. You can live your life, but I don't think that, I don't believe in the Easter Bunny anymore either. All right, so sue me.
Earmuffs. What about the kids listening in the car?
Well,
Easter Bunny's real.
Thank you.
Yes, and so is Peter Cottontail.
Sorry,
hopping down the bunny trail. So like this notion.
Tic-tac-toe.
Yes, exactly right. So it's this desire to be, why would you have a desire if you are not oppressed? And by the way, I don't think in 2024 many people are oppressed. In fact, I would argue over the last 25 years, 30 years, oppression in this country has gone down significantly. The left wants to sit there and keep telling people that you are oppressed and you are a victim because they want you to vote for them, and then they never fix anything anyway. And when they want to try to fix a problem, they just want to spend more tax dollars to fix the problem they created to begin with. So I just look at these stories, and this just further shows me that we have this, and I do think this is somewhat pandemic related, that people sat in their house and just zoned out on their phone. They probably were going through an identity crisis to begin with, and they got even further confused being in their home all day on Zoom and on TikTok. And they came out of it post-pandemic whenever they emerged from their house in 21 or 22 or 23, and now they're just being let loose on society. And we have to sit here and deal with their breakdowns.
The problem with these numbers are astonishing, and I don't believe them. And that just proves to me that this is these type of gender identities now, and I'm this and I'm that, and I'm binary and I'm or non-binary or whatever, and I'm LGBTQ. It's in vogue right now. Nick, I don't know if you remember the 90s and what was big, in the mid to late 90s was goth. You remember goth?
Oh, yes.
Everybody wanted to be Marilyn Manson. They all wore black and black trench coats. They put on black lipstick, and they were all like that black hair. And they were all moody, and that was kind of the thing of that time. And everybody who had some sort of identity crisis that they didn't know what they were feeling dressed up like that. That's to me what this is. This to me is not. It's not statistically possible for 1 out of 5. That's 20%.
See,
of girls under 20 or 27 are bisexual. It's just not possible.
And remember the Wicca?
Yeah, of
Wicca,
course.
like pagan, witchy religion.
Yep. That was big in the 90s too.
Yeah, everybody was all freaked out.
Every girl I knew in 1996 wanted to be
I'm a Wicca.
Nev Campbell from the what was that movie?
Scream?
No, Nev Campbell from the witch movie. Whatever she was in. I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't watch it.
But Dawn's right. It's whatever was kind of popular at that time. People dressed like that.
So
the craft. Thank you.
So it's popular to claim that you're oppressed. I would argue you're more free than ever. In fact, I would argue the entire LGBTQ plus community, you're not under attack. Hell, you're celebrated.
You're the popular kid.
You're the flavor of the week. I mean, if you're ever going to cash in on your identity, now's the time. Because odds are you're going to get hired and promoted, even though you might not have the merit to achieve it and accomplish it, just based on the fact that this is, I mean, hell, we just came off of last June was Pride Month, and people were saying we need more than 1 month. I'm like, you need more than 1 month? What are you talking about here? I think we're at a point now where almost everybody is really accepted. I don't think the LGBTQ community is under attack. If you're just judging it off of violence and shootings lately, how many times have we talked about the stories of these awful tragedies where the perpetrator is LGBTQ plus?
And by the way, I haven't been in school in a long time, but I would, from people that I talk to, from kids that I talk to, it's that group of people that are the popular ones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
100%.
So I think that this whole thing is just a giant identity crisis of people and kids looking to where they need to belong and are finding a home here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's no different than any of the other trends, like I mentioned earlier. It's just with this one, it's a little scary because people think they're females or males and they're getting, snipped or puberty blockers or whatever else. They're going to the next level of extreme with this.
Yeah. Kristen says the movie is called The Craft.
Yeah, that's what Dawn just said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Dawn. I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I'm invisible. I know.
But you remember what I'm talking about? Like every goth girl at the time wanted to be a witch and, had black hair. And,
And at the time, everybody just said, cool.
Yeah.
Just any parent or anybody who said, oh, no, that's a threat to their Christian. No, just don't even go there. Just go, oh, cool.
Yep.
Because guess what? They're going to go through that phase and it's fine if you just go, oh, cool. To Greg's point, though, that's just it. Right. Everybody needs to chill. And if your kid says, oh, I'm they, them, or what have you, oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's great. They, them, whatever. Because these phases, as a teenager, think about everything you go through as a teenager. This is the hip thing.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, to Greg's point, then they go, oh, well, I need a surgery. I need the top surgery, the bottom surgery. So, for a parent,
talk action.
and then governments are saying, we did that last report. Where was that? We've done so many reports about certain DHS, whatever, they're taking the kids out of the home because the parents won't say they, them.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I think if your kid comes home and says, oh, I identify such and such, good for you. Take out the garbage. They, them. Maybe you'll have some help.
Exactly. Corey is in Berlin, and Corey's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Corey.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Great show, great topic. I just had a theory, wanted to bounce it off of you of why so many people are seemingly identifying as this LGBTQ. It seems like in America now, we have this hookup culture. We have all these apps like Tinder and Grindr and Plenty of Fish and all these things that make it really easy for people to hook up.
Mm-hmm.
Yet people are very picky sometimes, so it's hard to establish a meaningful relationship. Yet those sexual urges are still there. So maybe people are just saying, I'll just get what I can get, take what I can take. And then, as you guys mentioned earlier, now I can get that identification by saying I'm LGBTQ, I'm part of a marginalized community. Woe is me, pity me, give me better access to things, give me better a look in society and so forth. What do you guys think about that?
I definitely think there's something to that, Corey, especially the last part. I think the first part you're probably talking about is just like, I don't know, sexual experimentation. But the second part is interesting because, if you identify in one of these categories, you're automatically being elevated to the top of the list, whether you're applying for a job or you already have a job and you're seeking that promotion. It has become the nouveau trendy thing. And maybe some of them don't actually believe it, but they're just playing along to benefit, which again to me is the weasel easy way out, because it's easier to do this than it is, to roll up your sleeves and, get dirty and earn your stripes in this lifetime for, whatever you're seeking. So,
yeah, and I think it unfortunately became politicized.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So there's that.
Yep. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Quick break. We'll come back, get to the morning mystery movie clip, and then what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we continue. Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Back after this.
Just got a notice from Piazza. I got to get my vehicle in. The Piazza Auto Group, who we talk about so often, they're fantastic. There's power in Piazza. They're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and they continue to grow their family of dealerships. And just a welcome in to 2 new members to the Piazza family of dealerships. And this is the luxury collection of brands I'm talking about, in particular, Infiniti, Ardmore, and Maserati of the main line, both right there on Lancaster Avenue. Of course, you're going to get the same first-class customer experience you've come to expect from the Piazza family of dealerships. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
926, Kayal and Company. It's a Thursday morning. Beautiful day. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. The Dawn Show in just over 30 minutes. But right now, it is time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's up, money? You got a problem? What you looking at my ass for? Nah, yo, hold my poodle. Hold my poodle. Hey, yo, what's up? Y'all got a problem? Y'all want some of this? You want some of this, punk? What? What, boy, what? I take the both of you. Marcus, get out of here. I got this for you. Kiss my Cut it out. What? He looking at me like I'm some kind of girl, man. You are a girl. And you better start acting like one or you're gonna be an unemployed girl. Oh.
Damn. Sure like to cut that cake.
Hey, yo, hold it. Hey, yo, you trying to look at my lumps? I'll pull off my G-string and handle mine. Let's go.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, another pair of tickets to the 8th annual Bucks Blues Explosion. It's coming up on April 5th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. For tickets and more info, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller 12-855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side, and then what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we continue Thursday morning, Kayal and Company. But first, a word from my friends at Blue Chew. If you are in need of that added spark in the bedroom, if you could use a jump start without turning back the hands of time, I've got the answer for you. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. That's right, BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free. A free month of male enhancement support. The great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free. Just pay the $5 for shipping and handling. No embarrassing conversation, no pharmacies, right to your door in discreet fashion. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Jim Gaffigan at the Met Philadelphia December 12th. Check out Santana and Counting Crows at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on June 21st. And see James Taylor at TD Pavilion at the Man on August 30th. Don't forget Jim Gaffigan, Santana and Counting Crows, and James Taylor.
For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
These changes for the Phillies. Never again will I utter the words. Now pitching for the Phillies, Craig Kimbrough.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can. In the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to save on your electric bill. Replace your leaky, drafty old windows with beautifully designed, budget-friendly, energy-efficient, American-made windows. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with most any budget. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Gerhardt's Luxury for Less sale is going on now, and there's never been a better time to elevate your kitchen with Monogram appliances. Introducing the new, reimagined, reinvented, and award-winning Monogram range. Discover the redefined world of luxury, one detail at a time, at Gerhardt's Monogram Experience showrooms. And for a limited time, you can receive up to 3 free Monogram appliances during Gerhardt's Luxury for Less Red Tag Sales event.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 35, Kayal and Company rolling on. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? We will find out in about 15 minutes. Also, today in music history and who won Twitter today. Cut sheet part due in a matter of moments. But first, let's crown our winner today for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip Giveaway. These passes. George is in Philadelphia. George, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing well, George. How are you, sir?
Good. Thank you.
What clip did we just play?
White Chicks.
That is correct.
White Chicks.
Correct. left. Way to go. Job well done. You get the pair of passes to the 8th annual Bucks Blues Explosion coming up in April at the Zlock Center.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you for listening and certainly for playing along. White Chicks.
White Chicks.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very inclusive to me, but that's the name of the movie.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, let's get to...
What's that, though? Wayans Brothers, right?
Yeah, Sean and
Marlon.
Marlon. Yeah, Marlon, the much funnier one, in my opinion.
I'm a Keenan Ivory and Damon.
Yes.
That's my...
They're all funny.
In Living Color, that's my era.
They're all funny except for Sean Wayans. I never found Sean funny. Okay. But that's just me. All right, let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Spring is coming, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com, budgetblinds.com. I've used the Budget Blinds. They've done my entire home. They do a great job. Budgetblinds.com. All right, I'm going to trigger Dawn here for a second.
Haven't you triggered her enough today?
I know.
Leave her alone.
Just trying to get her all fired up for her program.
Woo!
Dylan Mulvaney.
Again?
Nothing, Dawn. She released a music video.
And we're not going to give it the time of day.
Go over to
Let's just move on.
YouTube.
In other news,
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see this.
did I mention that I only got 2 things in for my big 3? I think we should do number 3.
Yeah, you know, Dawn, in related news, the Trump motorcade just arrived at Fort Pierce, Florida.
Woo, I saw.
So this is her new single called "Days of Girlhood," where she
celebrates knows nothing about,
which she celebrated. Which they celebrate. I don't know what.
I'm glad Dylan is celebrating girlhood.
Let's put my feet up here for a couple minutes.
Dylan says, this single came from my desire to reclaim my relationship to femininity and celebrate trans joy.
Reclaim something you never had.
I had never written a song before, but I knew I wanted it to feel like the opening of an early 2000s romantic comedy. Hold your barf bags, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm about to play 40 seconds of this music video. Does anybody want to see this?
Nope.
Yes. Let the good times roll.
15, Phil, my friend, go. She's celebrating girlhood, Dawn.
I think that's great to celebrate biological girls.
Well, I mean, it looks like there's biological girls in this video.
So that's good.
Oh my Lord. This is what nightmares are made of. Oh boy.
Nick, don't sing that one. No.
Nick's gonna be singing this later. Oh my Lord. There you go.
Yeah.
we just lost all our YouTube viewers.
Grab some pineapple margarita. Let's go, Dylan. Let's talk about the glory days when women were women and girls were girls.
There you go.
Good for you. You do you. Again, here's the whole thing back to the goth 90 and the Wicca time in America in the mid 90s, mid to late 90s. You be you.
Yep.
The difference today that I have a problem with is these individuals want to take away from biological girls and women, like me. They want our jobs, a.k.a., think about Dr. Rachel Levine, who was born a white man in America.
Really pisses me off.
I know. And went to Harvard and had every blessing in life and is the first ever admiral in that job so took a woman's job. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is about our jobs, our sports. We fought hard to get here. Remember, 1920, we weren't allowed to vote until 1920. My brother John is watching. I know John is like speaking the words right now. Yeah, it's what ruined America.
Well,
but
I mean, as I've said many times on this show, if young liberal women are going to be the death of Trump, I do not think it's out of the question to repeal that and take away females' rights to vote.
Sid Weiss said WPHT should lose its broadcasting license for airing that.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if YouTube will flag that.
Shafe wants to know that story you read about, what was that, happening in South Jersey, right, with the rooster fighting?
Oh, the cockfighting?
Yeah.
Yep. And by the way, we have an update on the cockfighting ring.
Oh, boy.
Those cocks were transferred out to a farm. In the country. And so they're just happy wandering cocks out in the country.
Is that the Purdue farm?
I'm sorry. You said. I'm just sorry. I thought you were talking about something else.
No, that's a serious update to the story. They all those roosters lived, and they're now living their best life.
Well, thank God.
In the country.
Thank God.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Are they vaccinated?
All right, let's get to something more serious, shall we?
I'm all serious out.
I had to start with something fun, and well, it's not really fun. It's actually
what do we got? What do we got? Nancy,
very disturbing. Remember we talked about the other day how what's going on in Haiti. There's cannibal gangs.
The asshole.
There's dead bodies on the streets. There's rivers of garbage.
Yeah.
Looks like a lovely place to travel to.
Great place to go skinny dipping.
So we also played Matt Gaetz and some more Florida congressmen talking to the DOD about what they believe is a migration that is happening from Haiti into the United States of America.
Yep.
The Dominican Republic is taking sharp measures in massive deportation. It's a massive deportation operation for Haitian illegals. Literally, they're being thrown into trucks and sent back to Haiti. The Dominican Republic doing what we should be doing.
Yes.
This is of all places, this is a CBS News report on this. This is cut 7, Phil, if you will, my friend. Go.
As Haiti's political future hangs in the balance, the neighboring Dominican Republic is cracking down on undocumented Haitians, rounding them up and sending them back to their country.
¿Qué pasó? Que nos tratan como perros.
They treat us like dogs, this man told us after he was released, adding we were detained since yesterday with no food, nothing.
This is the 4th truck that we've seen here in just the past 4 hours. This is a scene that happens every day here at the border.
Earlier in the day, this woman collapsed as she was being taken off an overcrowded immigration truck. Haitian-American Dana Josephs happened to be driving by, put her in the back of his truck, and rushed her to the hospital.
It could be my family, but even though I don't even know her, so this is my car that I have to use just to save her life, I'll do it.
These scenes at the border comes at a moment of desperation for Haiti after a coalition of Haitian stakeholders and international leaders, including the U.S.
There you go.
Well, I never thought the Dominican Republic was racist, but apparently they are, as they don't want people from Haiti coming into their country either. You know, it's very interesting. I strongly believe in the adage of F around and find out. And if you show up unannounced, uninvited, and illegal, I think you should be dealt with accordingly. Real simple. Follow the rules.
I can't believe the Dominican Republic is doing what we should be doing.
Yep. They've got more guts. But CBS didn't call them racist, though, did they?
No.
Good one.
But if Trump does that,
yeah.
He's a dictator.
The CEO of TikTok was on someplace this morning saying that if the U.S. or if the U.S. bans TikTok, it will put more than 300,000 Americans' jobs at risk. So we're
How
doing
many?
300,000 jobs. American
the
jobs
influencers are going to have to get a real job. Oh, it sucks.
Cut 17, Phil, if you will, my friend. Go.
Hi everyone, it's Show here. Just wanted to share some thoughts with our US users about the disappointing vote in the House of Representatives. There has been a lot of misinformation, and I hope to clarify some things. First, thank you to our incredible community. You are what makes TikTok so special. Thank you for making your voices heard. Over the last few years, we have invested to keep your data safe and our platform free from outside manipulation. We have committed that we will continue to do so. This legislation, if signed into law, will lead to a ban of TikTok in the United States. Even the bill sponsors admit that that's their goal. This bill gives more power to a handful of other social media companies. It will also take billions of dollars out of the pockets of creators and small businesses. It will put more than 300,000 American jobs at risk, and it will take away your TikTok. We know how important TikTok is to all of you. It has given our 170 million users a platform to freely express themselves, and has empowered more than 7 million businesses in the United States. Our platform matters to the small business owners who rely on TikTok to make ends meet, to the teachers who inspire millions of students to learn, and to everyone who discovers and finds joy on TikTok. We will not stop fighting and advocating for you. We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights, to protect this amazing platform that we have built with you. We believe we can overcome this together.
Have you seen the TikTok commercials on television lately?
No.
They're running ads as one some doctor who saved somebody's life, and then there's another father who lost a son due to a drunk driving accident and uses TikTok as his platform to advocate on driving sober. They're doing all these like ads, these like, touchy, emotional tugging of your heartstring ads to show you the value of TikTok, and it's clearly trying to manipulate you to think that TikTok is just, just this wholesome place.
I don't want TikTok banned. I've said that before. I do not want TikTok banned because it's going to lead to bad things.
Agreed.
However, this CEO is not being honest, and he's coming at it from the wrong, the wrong angle. You know what I mean? He should talk about the free speech aspect of it and how bad this bill is, not about how great TikTok is, because it ain't great.
Yeah.
Well, I think for a lot of people, though, it is great. I mean, it's entertainment, but those influencers do make a lot of money. By the way, maybe that's part of the problem. Do they tax that? Because Biden, he needs all the money for, his buddies in Ukraine and everywhere in the world. So, I wonder if that's another issue of this. These influencers, are they taxed?
All right.
All that money.
Coming up next, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, Who on Twitter today, and Today in Music History. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I can't wait to get out on the lawn today with Buddy Boy, throw that Frisbee. And I love the fact that I know that my lawn is chemical free, still beautiful, still lush, but it's chemical free. That's important to me for my family's health and for my Buddy Boy's health. So for you, when choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense, of course, to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for you, your family, your pets. And this is why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn's environmentally friendly approach to lawn care has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. This is not a one-size-fits-all company. Their technicians are going to work to figure out the specific needs of your lawn. Natural Lawn's exclusive organic-based products are designed to work with nature, not against it, and that means they're safer for every single member of your family, like I say, even the furry ones. Kick the chemical lawn habit. Get started today with Natural Lawn's safer products and programs. Take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program, and you get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE, SEED, S-E-E-D, 1-800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor on March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit NJDiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 6th, supporting Plymouth White Marsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given when the transaction is completed by March 18th. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up in less than 8 minutes on this Thursday. We find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we're looking to, what you mentioned as a breaking news story a few minutes earlier, Nick, as far as Trump in court. Where is this Mar-a-Lago court case? Where is it going? And will we get news out of that? And then waiting, of course, I'm always crossing my fingers and hoping that we hear more from Scott McAfee, who Nick talked about earlier this morning. Hope it happens in the Dawn Show as breaking news. There's always so much happening. And so, of course, we're covering all of this. There's so much going on across the country. Locally, we're going to talk about all the different breaking news, the developing stories as well. Mayor Sherrell Parker, for example, she is releasing her budget today. Big announcement. We're looking at that. And what does that mean for Philadelphia amid these dwindling population numbers? Census Bureau. 10:20, Mary Robertson and Emma Schwartz. I'm really excited about this. Dark Side of Kids TV premieres, and it's on Investigation Discovery. So we'll have some fun with this. I'll be chatting with these award-winning directors, launching their new projects on it's called The Dark Side of Kids TV. So that should be a lot of fun. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, Emily Green, AFB PA Deputy State Director, Americans for Prosperity. So you could see maybe some fireworks. Maybe we'll break some news here. AFB, remember, they backed, that's Charles Koch. They backed Nikki Haley. Didn't so I'll ask her, are you guys going to now endorse Trump?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we might see some breaking news out of that one.
All right, very good. Dawn Show coming up in just about 6 minutes as we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 14th. Actually, no notable birthdays today, but there are 6 tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
We did lose Ronnie Hayman, though, the lead singer for the Atlanta Rhythm section, on this day in 2011. One notable single, Hearts All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You, released in 1990. Albums include A Boy Named Goo by the Goo Goo Dolls from 96, Tons of Sobs by Free in 69, On Through the Night by Def Leppard in 80, Collective Soul's Blue album from 95, and Europe's debut in 83. And by the way, biggest underrated hair band is Europe, period, stop.
Wow.
Also, Bon Jovi was formed on this day in 83. Huey Lewis's Jacob's Ladder hit number 1 in 87. And on this day in 82, Metallica made their live debut in Anaheim, California.
Wow.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lopquist.
No birthdays today, but tomorrow it's going to be a big birthday bash.
A big birthday bash.
6 spot tomorrow.
All right,
let's get to Twitter.
Who won Twitter?
Traffic guy wins Twitter. He says, "Oh my God, I'm trying to stay professional working on a virtual event, and Dawn's discussion about the fighting roosters. I could not stop laughing. Yes, I'm super immature too. Save the roosters."
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
All right, that'll do it for this Thursday. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the weather. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card